Hey guys, Van Damned here, and welcome to the Season 1 review of Fallout. Not the game. Let me try that again. Welcome to the Season 1 review of Amazon Prime Video's Fallout TV show. I don't know where to start, so I'll just give you some quick thoughts on the show itself. In general, if you just don't want to hear me talk about each episode, well, I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. There's a lot of good about it, but there's also a lot of things bad or just confusing, questionable. A lot of weird decisions have been made in regards to the writing. Yeah, mostly just the writing. But I brought something here that hopefully will help. It's my trusty notepad here, and I got a list of pros and cons, so this should help. Okay, so pros. Okay, set design. I like each place, each shot in the show, even quick shots that we see for a couple of seconds, they're also always very well done, very well made. I liked the wasteland and the settlements that we see. There's also there's how many settlements? There's two, and one is non-existent. It's a lot of remnants. There's only one settlement, which is the one we see in the beginning, which is the one that doesn't exist in the games. So, but hey, we're still on the pro section, all right? Let's not get too distracted. Oh, sorry. Also, this. I brought some background footage, just in case people don't want to just stare at my face for so long, because we're taking a very long time here. Okay, so let's just move on. All right. Set design, yes, good. And second thing is costume design. A lot of the costumes, the vault suits, the wasteland gear, the Brotherhood armor, all well made. The pre-war costume design too, is not bad. I mean, I would try to bring up the old argument that, the pre-war world of Fallout is not meant to be exactly like the 1950s and 30s, but, it is now, thanks to Bethesda's canon, so I can't really keep bringing up that argument again and again. So, anyways, as far as the official Bethesda Fallout canon, the costume design of the pre-war world of Fallout is perfect. So yeah, very well done. A lot of technical achievements there. Acting. I don't think I've had any problem with performance, facial performance, vocal performance. All the lines were delivered just fine. There's no overacting when there's no need for overacting, and there's no underacting when there's no need for underacting. So it's all good and nice and good. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think of something. No, I think everyone does a good job, from the main cast to the supporting cast to the extras. I think they all do just a great job, a good job, The music, both the score and the soundtrack. The score is composed by Ramin Djawadi, I think, who is notably famous for composing Game of Thrones and Westworld, and the Uncharted movie. So, they can't all be winners, but At the start, the first episode, there's like the score still didn't stand out to me yet, but after a while, as the story progressed, there was a lot of good moments where the score just, you know, outshined the show itself. Um, which is good because you don't want it to always outshine the show, then it'll just be, you know, a music composition show and not a show, a wasteland show. So it shines when it needs to, and it stays in the background when it has to. Perfect. The tone. One more thing about the music. As far as the soundtrack goes, yes, the choices I agree with, but I don't agree with you know, bombarding viewers with 6 to 8 songs in one episode. So it's a bit of a pro and a con, but I think the choices, like no song they chose stood out to me like, what's that doing here? That's not very Fallout-like. So yeah, but there were a lot. They're just burning that cash, licensing all these songs. So yeah, just tone it down on the songs next time. Just add 4 instead of 8, maybe 3, if you need to. Yeah, tone. Again, this is a bit of a mixed bag, just like the show. Yes, the tone sometimes is very Fallout-like. It captures like the original tone of the Fallout games. I'm talking Fallout 1, 2, New Vegas. You know, Fallout 3 and 4 also have some dark humor, but it's more humor than dark. But I think 1 and 2 in New Vegas succeed in just striking that perfect Fallout humor balance of dark and humor. But then there's also a little bit of humor that's a bit, not even Bethesda humor. It's just weird. It's childish, I want to say. So I don't know what's up with that. I guess that's what happens when you have like 4 writers getting cycled in and out. Sometimes something slips in that you just don't even notice. But yeah, overall, I think the tone of the games was captured, you know, to like a, you know, I'd say an 87.5% accuracy. So not that bad, not at all bad. And finally, cinematography. Again, just when you combine the set design, the costume design, and the music, the acting, when you combine that with well-composed shots as well, I think it just, you know, it elevates the experience. So even when everything else is bad, when it looks good, you kind of start to forgive it or not notice it as much, which is a good thing, for the most part. You don't want to rely on it too much, but I don't think the show relied on it too much. Unfortunately, what it did rely on was, well, we'll get to it. Nice little segue to the cons. The cons. Writing. Yes, unfortunately, for how good everything else I just talked about is, the acting, set design, costume design, the music, the tone, and the cinematography, these are all background details. These are minor details. When you're writing a show, you're writing a story, and at the end of the day, the story you're telling is what people are going to remember, not how well the story looked, how well the pictures in the, you know, story looked. It's the story itself, the characters, the events, the twists, and so on. And yeah, I think the writing, unfortunately, goes to the cons column. Like I said, there's a lot of good moments in the show, but for the most part, the show is just like stale. It's average. There's barely any moments in the show that made me go, you know, oh, that's good, or hey, they made a decision that I didn't expect. Everything just happened, and then the show ended. I didn't feel anything. I don't know. Maybe I was expecting too much. I don't know. I was expecting at least something, but for a post-apocalyptic show, I think the show focused too much on the characters and not so much on the world. I think the great thing about Fallout is you are a character exploring a world. The game is about the world. It's about what happens after a nuclear apocalypse, not how do these characters react to certain events, you know? These characters stealing from each other, factions going at war. These are all background details. The Brotherhood in the first Fallout game, background details. The NCR in Fallout 2, background details, you know? But after that, in Bethesda's Fallout games, no, the Brotherhood is like, you know, the Knights of the Wasteland. There are almost like, you know, the Rangers, the, you know, Wasteland Vigilantes, you know? And I think that's when the games started to take focus on the factions and characters more than the world itself. So I guess I have Bethesda's Fallout games to blame, not the show. But I don't know. You decide. Either way, the result is I think the show focused too much on characters and not so much on the world. And the world felt like just that thing you have to walk around in, and not the essence of the show itself. It felt like background material, background stuff. So, but that's not the only problem. Like I said, the tone issues, sometimes jokes that are meant to be jokes don't land, and it's not like I'm not really like a big laugher. I don't laugh at anything, but I can recognize a good joke. Like, someone will tell a good joke, and I'll be like, that's funny, because so-and-so, you know? I don't have to laugh, but I know that what I'm hearing, or what I just read, is a good joke, because so-and-so. But a lot of the jokes, I'm like, wait, what's the joke? Or, okay, you obviously thought that was funny, but did no one tell you that you were wrong? But those happen in like 2 episodes. The first one and the 6th one, I think. But for the most part, like I said, it's kept on that nice balance of dark humor. But yeah, the story itself, the plot, the characters that, you know, get focused on more than the world itself, they aren't even that interesting to begin with. That's why I'm telling you that the show never engaged me, because you can have like average stories, but the way you tell them, I think, also counts, because you can have like a retelling of any old tale, but the way you do it, the twists and turns, those also contribute to how the story is being consumed. And so basically what I'm trying to say is the story is very, you know, by the numbers, but it's also told in a very by the numbers way. It feels like, well, I wouldn't say it feels like a first draft, but it feels like, I don't know, it feels like something that a lot of people agreed on, a lot of like-minded people agreed on. It's a big committee, and they all shook their heads and went, yeah, good. But there's no, like, I feel like no one has rejected an idea in the script. No one has contested an idea. I feel like everything just was written down, and everyone was okay with it. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into this too much. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's as simple as the writer's skill not being that great to begin with. I don't know. It's either or, really. But anyway, like I said, it doesn't matter how we got here. What matters is that we got here. So what we have here is not like it quality-wise. The script, I think, is okay. It's not a bad script. It's just, there's no innovation, no originality, there's no creativity. It's just, like I said, by the numbers. And we'll get to that when we start breaking down the episodes. But that's enough for the writing. The second con here, and I feel like this is the more egregious sin, is all the lore ignorance, as I like to call it. There's a lot. At the beginning, you don't notice it too much. There's a little bit. But as the show goes on, and by the 7th and 8th episodes, when they start just dumping all that pre-war lore on you, that's when I almost stopped watching the show because of all the lore breaking they were doing. And I just don't understand. I want to know why. Why did you decide to just try to stick to the lore a little bit, like basically on principles, but then by the end you start to be more and more daring and start to break away from the lore? I don't get it. Was it arrogance, hubris? Was it just ignorance? Could the answer be that simple? Just you didn't even know that you were breaking the lore of the game that you were adapting? Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have answers. And until I get answers, I'm just going to be questioning all of these decisions that were made. So yeah, we'll get to those. Don't you worry. We'll get to all the lore-breaking moments in the show. The third con is pacing, but I think that's just subjective. It felt like the show had nowhere to go. Because if you remember the first Fallout game, on the surface, you might think it's just a story of a vault dweller leaving their vault to get a new water chip and then going back. But that's not the end of the game. The getting the water chip and bringing it back to the vault, that's like Act 1. You still have the mutants and the Master. Not to mention all the settlements that you visit along the way. So I feel like the Fallout show was like the first act of Fallout. It was just the water chip part. And they stretched it out to fit 3 acts. And it, for the most part, it worked because there's a lot of characters that they were juggling. So, in one episode, they would switch to 4 characters. Then they switched to the same character, but from before the war. So there's a lot of material to work on. It's just that none of it is substantive. Is that the right word? There's no substance in it. There's no meaning behind it, and there's no engagement to it. It's just there. It's like trivial, It's like, hey, fun fact. Did you know that before the war, this character did that? Oh, okay. Okay, back to the show. There's no... It's like, so? What? I don't know. We'll get to it. Like I said, I want to... This was meant to be like a brief, quick thoughts on the show. And now we're nearly half an hour in. So the final con is ending. The ending is, again, I guess it's technically part of the writing, but the ending, agitated me so much that I had to put it separately. The ending of the show is, I guess we'll get to it when we get to it. But, yeah, for now I can tell you that I did not like it. I don't think it was a good decision, and I don't think it was very enjoyable decision. So, But anyways, so like I said, it's almost balanced out. Actually, there's more pros than cons. But like I said, the writing is key. The writing is this big metal ball, and all the other details, they're like little pebbles. So sure, maybe if you add like 20 pebbles, you can try to match the big ball, but unfortunately there's no 20 pebbles. It's only like 6 pebbles, so not a lot to go on. And like I said, writing is, I guess, even lore ignorance is also a part of writing. So yeah, I think my only problem with the show is writing. There you go. Which, like I said, is a pretty big deal when it comes to a story. Believe it or not. Okay, so enough deliberations. Let's start with the first episode. The show is comprised of 8 episodes, so we'll start with the first one. These are all my notes for the first episode. Fortunately, the notes start getting less and less throughout the episodes. I have less and less to complain about, but the first episode was just bam, 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 bam. There's just so many things to talk about. And then the later episodes, a lot of the points I've already written down previously, so there's no need to talk about them again, for the most part. So, I'm also going to give a rating. If you are the kind of person that cares about that kind of thing, I'm going to give a number rating to the show and to each episode. So, we start off with episode 1. The first thing we start off with is a cold open, and we have our character, Cooper Howard. And this is something I noticed later when they referenced the character as Mr. Howard. And I thought, Mr. Howard? Where have I heard that name before? Are you trying to tell me something? But I'm sure it's just a coincidence. So anyway, Mr. Howard is taking pictures at a birthday party. He's, I guess, a washed-up actor. There's not really much of the story of his pre-war days, but he right now seems to be in a bad position. Enough of a bad position to be taking photos in people's birthday parties, kids' birthday parties, and yeah, and then he talks to his daughter, who's also there. I don't know why she's there. I don't know if were they invited. There's no really any clarifications, but it seems like he wasn't invited. Unless he was invited and also asked to perform. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is all background detail. It doesn't matter. What happens is Cooper talks to his daughter about... okay. So he's taking pictures with the kids, and then there's 2 people, and they were like, "Hey, do the thing, do the roar," and he was like, "Nah, I don't want to do it." And then his daughter sees him. She's like, weird. And then she later talks to him, and she's like, "Why don't you do the thing, Daddy?" And he's like, "Well, this is the thing from my war days. They tell us that when you see a nuke go off, you do this. And if the mushroom cloud is smaller than your it just disappears behind your thumb, then you got nothing to worry about. And if it's bigger, then it's too late for you to run." And the daughter goes, "Do you think we'll have to worry about that or whatever? Obviously, where this is going. It's Fallout. It's in the name." And he's like, "No, we'll never. There will never be a nuclear war ever on this Earth." And then a nuke goes off, and I don't look. I know it sounds like I'm trying to downplay this, It's actually a well done scene for the most part. Like, yeah, the writing is a little too on the nose, and I don't like the whole, like, we have to explain every little detail about the game. Like, hey, you know, the little thing that the Vault Boy does, well, that's a reference to so and so. It's like, did we really need to know that? Couldn't it just be a gimmick that just part of the game? You don't have to explain it, you know? It's like Han Solo, you know? Yo, you have no parents, Solo. It's like, did we really need that? You know? Some things are just better left to the imagination. But that's the, you know, that's the path they decided to take, and I feel like, you know, for the most part, like I said, it's well done. The nuke going off, though, it took like, the explosion took like 5 minutes. Like, I haven't really seen many nukes go off in real life, so I can't really tell you if it's inaccurate. It just looked off to me. It felt like it was in slow motion. I don't know. It felt weird. Maybe the games, like, I'm comparing this to Fallout 4's opening, and I feel like the nukes went off quicker, and the mushroom blast was like this and this. But here in the show, the mushroom blast is like this. No, I don't know. It's a little detail. Doesn't matter. So that's like, yeah, that's the cold open of the show. Then we cut to the vault dweller, Lucy. And Lucy is down in Vault 33. Which is, and this is something that, this is something that you have to wait for, because at the beginning, I even wrote this in my notes, at the beginning, it seemed like the vault was just like a luxury hotel. It felt like too nice, too clean. It felt like, you know, in Fallout 3 there's Tranquility Lane, but in Tranquility Lane it was a virtual world. But here, it's real. The vault is like, there's streets, and each room is like a house. There's a mailbox outside, and there's everything that the old world had. And, you know, if you know a little thing or two about the games, you know that the vaults weren't built for accommodation. Let's just put it that way. If you know the sinister reason behind the vaults, you're going to be wondering why this vault is so perfect. But like I said, it takes a lot of time to get to it, and turns out that, yes, Vault 33, it's actually, this is something that there's barely any mention of it at the beginning. That's why it was confusing to me a little bit. Vault 33 is actually like part of a triangle. There's Vault 31, 32, and 33, and they're all interconnected like underground through tunnels by each other. So none of them, so like to get from Vault 31 to 32 or 33, you don't have to go outside and go back in. You just have to walk through the tunnel, you know? So yeah. What was I saying? Oh, Vault 33. Okay, so in Vault 33, our protagonist, Lucy McLean, McKellen, I don't know, I forget, doesn't matter. Lucy, our protagonist, is in Vault 33, and she's talking to people about her skills. There's like this committee, this council that she's talking to, and this is, I guess, a way to show off that, yes, she has some combat skills, but I mean, it's fencing skills. I don't know how helpful that can be in against like a super mutant, which are suspiciously missing from the show. I'm guessing it's because the CG budget is just gonna balloon. It's gonna be too much. So keeping them out of the show is probably a good decision. And if they had super mutants in the show, they're probably gonna be the dumb mutants from Fallout 4 and 3. And not mutants as they were meant to be in Fallout 1 and 2 in New Vegas. Speaking of how things are meant to be, this is a bit of a tangent, but the show takes place in, as we saw in the trailers, on the West Coast in Los Angeles, to be precise. But everything in the world is based on Bethesda's interpretation of the Fallout world. And before, there was pretty large chunk of land separating Bethesda's Fallout and, the original Fallout. But now, it seems like there's like I don't know, there's a little sinister workings are being done here, trying to erase the past by now saying that, what are you talking about? Even the West Coast has Brotherhood that expose themselves to people and go out on missions and clean up the wasteland. Enclave. Yeah, okay. We'll get to the Enclave later. But it was very strange. Like, I don't want to be that suspicious guy. I don't want to be that conspiratorial guy that says, are they trying to sort of make people believe that... Are they trying to erase the past? Are they trying to say that canonically now both the West Coast and East Coast have, goody two-shoes Brotherhood and stuff like that? I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, talk about all the East Coast things. It was weird to see on the West Coast to see, a Red Rocket gas station and a Super Duper Mart, stuff like that. But I mean, I haven't really thought about it much, but I guess it makes sense. Just like how you see Nuka-Cola on both East Coast and West Coast, but not so-and-so sarsaparilla. But that's another story. I guess it makes sense, yes. After the Bethesda acquisition, I guess anything they say goes, and I have to keep that in mind. So, yes, it technically makes sense to see a Super Duper Mart and a Red Rocket station on the West Coast. Even though New Vegas was developed after Fallout 3 and there was no Super Duper Mart or Red Rocket station there. Anyway, well, doesn't matter. Tangent done. Let's get back to the show. So, Lucy's mentioning her skills, her talents, and then there's that little bit of childish humor that I was talking about. Again, humor is, I guess, subjective, so if you found these jokes to be funny, then, by all means, have at it. But to me, I don't know, the whole thing of, I forgot what she was talking about. It was some sort of, sexual joke about, being ready to have babies or whatever. It's like, my womb is perfectly healthy, in good condition. I am qualified to have children or whatever, So, I guess, was that... Okay, so later she gets married, so was that like her... Was she like doing an interview for a wedding? Was she like requesting to be married or something? Like, otherwise, why would she mention that to them? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay, so let's keep this thing going. Okay, so next thing is oh yeah, another thing that I forgot to mention. The vault suits are made by Vaultec, and there are the whole reason behind them is that they are just a little jumpsuit part of the thing. So they're made by the end of the near the end of the war, and so what I'm trying to say is I doubt that Vaultec would have enough care or enough time to make culture-specific vault suits, unless they were custom made, custom tailored by people inside the vault. Maybe that makes sense, I guess. But anyway, that's just a minor detail. But there's like the priest guy, and he was wearing like an African robe, but in the style of a vault suit. So it was like blue and yellow. I was like, wouldn't you get? First of all, who gave that to you? And if you made it, then why? You'd think that after the war, things like that wouldn't matter. But I mean, to each their own. These are like I said, these are all minor details. So they're not really worth. They're not criticisms. They're just little notes, little things I noticed and wanted to talk about. So, anyways, yeah. So Lucy and her pregnant best friend, there they are, doing the hard work. I don't know why. I don't know. Like I said, just background detail. Just ignore it. Move on. And Lucy is getting ready for her marriage to be wed to a chosen one from one of the adjacent vaults, from Vault 32. So she gets ready, and she's wearing like, I guess this is a wedding dress that gets used by everyone that gets married in the vault. Because she like wrote her name on the inside of it or something, and there was like 6 names before that. So yeah. Anyways, background details. Trying to move on. Okay. So here she is getting ready. She meets with her dad, Hank, and there's all that sappy emotional stuff about how oh, you look just like your mother and stuff. And we get to the wedding. Okay, well, before the wedding, before the wedding, I almost forgot. Everyone is gathered at the vault door, ready to open it to let the guests, visitors from Vault 32 to come in. And the guy by the door, he's like, oh no, something is going wrong. The vault won't open. Well, I guess we better delay the wedding. And Lucy immediately figures out what was going on, and she goes over to Chet, and she's like, Chet, I know that you're into me and all that, and you want to marry me, but we're cousins. It's kind of weird. So open the door, please. And he's like, you know what? Good point. I'll open the door. And the door gets opened, and the denizens of Vault 32 come in, and the lucky groom arrives. His name is whatever, some sort of weird name. And yeah, everything is going well. A feast is being thrown in celebration of the wedding. People are dancing, partying, and her groom, is he husband yet? I guess. This is after the ceremony, so I guess he's her newlywed, her husband. He's like, you want to go to the room with me, to the bedroom, or, well, it's just one room. You want to take me to your room, or whatever. Okay, so they go there, and they do like a scene reminiscent of The Boys season 1. The scene of the Deep and Starlight when she gets accepted into the 7. It's like an almost shot by shot recreation of that scene, except that instead of a wedding dress, she was wearing her superhero outfit. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is, they get in. She wants to, take it slow. She wants to talk about things, and he's like, "Let's do it." And they do it. She's excited. This is probably her first time, and yeah, they're all thrilled to solidify that bond. And yeah. After that, though, oh yeah, I forgot. She has a brother, a little brother. I don't know. The guy that's playing him, I remember him from. I remember watching him when I was young. On I think he was on Hannah Montana, that show, and not the person, the show. And yeah, he's like now, 20 years older, but I don't know. I don't think he's meant to be the younger brother, because I'm pretty sure Lucy is younger than him. He's just shorter. But yeah, her brother, Norm, he notices that something's wrong, and he looks around and, oh yeah, okay. So when they come in, the overseer of Vault 32, which if you've seen the trailers, you'll recognize. She's like, we've been struggling with our corn supply. There's a blight and stuff, right? Yeah, because they offer tributes to each other. And anyway, so Norm is walking around and he notices that their, Vault 31's supply of corn is also being infested. And he's like, huh, weird. And then what happens? I forgot. Something happens that makes them suspicious, and it turns out that these vault dwellers are fake, and they're actually raiders from the outside. Oh. So Lucy, for some reason, is like, I don't know, she does something with her Pip-Boy, and she notices that her husband has a lot of radiation on him, and that means that he's been to the surface. He's a surface dweller. So she figures out that something is wrong. And then he starts trying to kill her. It turns out that these raiders are trying to take over the vault. And Lucy tries to fight him off. But she gets stabbed in the gut somewhere. But then she stabs him with a broken pitcher glass and runs away. And it turns out that the entire vault is being under attack by these pretend vault dwellers. And so she tries to find her dad, and there's a lot of shooting, a lot of chaos. Oh, after she gets stabbed, she pulls out the knife, and I'm like, why do people do this? Anyway, maybe are they trying to say it's like instinct? Or maybe she's a vault dweller, so she doesn't know any survival skills or talents or instincts? I don't know. Right, so there's a big fight happening in the vault. People are dying left and right. The pregnant lady's husband dies. That's going to be relevant for later. And by the end, Lucy manages to find Hank, and they try to find the rest of the survivors, and then they run into that overseer. I forgot her name. Doesn't matter. Moldover. There you go. It's like... Huh? Okay, so Moldover is like she got some Valdores hostage, and she's like, make a decision. Do you want them all to die, or do you want your daughter to die? The decision is yours, Hank. And he's like, no, don't kill anyone. I'll let you take me. And she takes him. And then she tries to blow them up anyway. They run away at the last minute. And that's it. I wrote down, why spare girl? You know, Lucy. It's weird that she decided to kill everyone but her. But that comes apparent by the end of the season. So we'll get to that later. And that's pretty much the end of the Vault arc for the first episode. Now we cut to Maximus. He's a Brotherhood initiate, and he's training to be the best. They gave him that, it's like a mix between Finn's story from Force Awakens and Mando's story, Din Djarin's story from Mandalorian. And, yeah. So anyway, he, like I said, just like Din Djarin, he gets rescued by some Brotherhood soldiers. Not really rescued. He is like hiding from an attack. And then he walks out. He's hiding in a fridge. And then he walks out of the fridge and he sees Brotherhood soldiers shooting people. And he's like, yeah, good guys. I want to be like them when I grow up. And then we skipped all the years where he was alone and very young and vulnerable, where he could have died. Unless the implication is that just like the Mandalorians took Din Djarin, the Brotherhood took Maximus when he was like 8 and trained him to be a soldier. I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, it makes sense. In Fallout 3 and 4, there's these children running around on errands for the soldiers and officers, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, I guess. Another weird thing is the Brotherhood in the show, not only are they more like Bethesda Brotherhood, they're adding like a cult-like element to them. You got priests, they're all wearing robes, and there's clerics, and even the elder isn't called elder, he's called elder cleric. That's a problem. They've taken the names and cranked up that gear to 11. So they took, knights, scribes, squires, paladins, and they were like, oh, so like the knights of old, right? So that means the knights before, they received blessings from priests and so on. So we'll have the Brotherhood knights get blessings from wasteland priests. And, it's not the same. So, and it's not based on anything from the lore, so it's weird. Like I said, a lot of the decisions that are made are not like bad or offensive. They're just confusing. They're weird. Like, why do that? Why? Out of all the things you could have done, you could have just taken the Brotherhood how they were from the games, but instead you thought this was a good idea, a good alternative. It's very odd. But that's the decision they went with, so that's the decision we're going to get. Unfortunately, and I hope that this isn't true, but it seems to be true, the show is canonical to the games. Now, before you'd hear that kind of thing, when people are desperate about the show, about views, so they go, by the way, this takes place in the same world as this popular thing, so keep a close eye on it, It's like Zack Snyder saying that Rebel Moon takes place in the prestigious, illustrious Army of the Dead universe. There's also there's another thing. I remember another story where they were like, this takes place in this, but I forget now. Yeah. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But, well, it does matter in the aspect where that now anything that the show decides to do, like make the Brotherhood more culty, now that's technically canon. Now, it's canonical to the games that in the West Coast, there's Brotherhood soldiers still existent, not in their T-45 power armor. They are in their T-60 power armor, and yeah, they're getting blessings from knights, from priests. There's a big airship carrier, vertibirds flying about, all taking place in California, where Fallout 1 and 2 took place. It's canon now. So that's why it matters, because I don't think it should be canon. Even if the show is great, I don't think it should be canon. I think it should be a separate thing. And that's why I think an adaptation of the games would have made more sense than a continuation of the games, but in TV show form, and half of the world is nowhere near reminiscent of either Bethesda's Fallout world or the original Fallout world. So it's just a confusing mess. Now there's a third canon, a fourth, if you want to count Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel as separate canons. Now there's just all these things you have to balance and, pay attention to whenever you want to write a new Fallout story. But anyways, so what happens is, yeah, this is what happens. The initiate, Maximus, he wants to become a knight, but before that you have to be a scribe, and he's working hard, and he wants to be taken notice of, but he's got, not so great work details. His fellow initiates are teasing him, and that's pissing him off. So you start to notice this sort of school shooter mentality building up. And then his friend, he gets the news that, I don't know if it's a he or she or whatever, they get the news that, I'm gonna become a squire, and he's like, oh, that's great, and then he gets mad and he starts trying to break things and stuff. He gets mad. Okay, so then we cut to the next day, and he's waking up to a shouting, and it's his friend, and the friend, he's yelling, and he's got something in his foot and in his boot, and they pulled boot down, and there's a razor inside. I don't know how that got there, but there is a razor inside, and it cut him. So now he's not fit to be a squire. And then I guess, the elder is like, we know that you're upset about your friend getting picked and stuff. So did you do that? And he's like, no. Well, it's like, well, we don't believe you. And, but, I don't know what he says, but then the elder is like, oh, yes, very impressive. We'll make you a squire. As a reward for your whatever, we'll make you a squire. And So yeah, he becomes a squire. And again, we oh, okay, I skipped a lot of notes here. Oh yeah, this is okay, so my next note after writing down that they're ripping off Mando, I said stop with the music. This is where this is like after the 6th song started playing, and I was like, you're overdoing it. Stop doing that. The next thing is Brothers of Steel. Brothers of Steel knights arrive in their power armor, and they start speaking in that robotic filter. And like I said before, that doesn't make sense. Stop that. They're not robots, and I don't know. Like I get it. It's meant to be intimidation factor, and in later episodes, you'll really get it. You'll really understand why they chose to give the Brotherhood Knights this filter voice when they put on their helmets. So we'll get to that. But for now, the Brotherhood clerics are back at it again, and they're performing a ritual to initiate Maximus into becoming a squire. There's chanting, there's candles being lit, and the only thing missing would be blood sacrifices or something like that, but that would be crazy. So, yeah. Then they rip his shirt off from the back, and they brand him. Brother Steel takes his power armor fist, and he puts on the fire, and he's like, "You are now a squire." So, question. After he gets promoted to knight, do they take off that brand? Do they slice it off, or do they put another brand on him? They turn the T from T to they put K or something. Why is it T? I guess, because he's a squire to Knight Titus. Does that mean that each squire has a different letter on the back? I don't know. Yeah, I don't like it, but whatever. That's the decision they chose. That's the decision we have to deal with. So yeah. So what happens then? So then Knight Titus and Squire Maximus head off into the wasteland. There's a mission. The Brotherhood get a mission. There's a bounty. Well, I don't think they care about the bounty. There's a piece of technology that they need to find, and it's reportedly in the hands of an Enclave doctor, officer thing, and they get a little they do a little sketch of his face, and they say something like, he was last sighted in the town of Philly. So they head off to Philly. Now, if you haven't played the first and second Fallout games, you probably won't know that Philly is not, as far as I know. Maybe I'm wrong, and you're welcome to prove me wrong. But as far as I know, Philly is not a settlement, a town in California, in Fallout 1 or 2. So maybe it's new. Maybe after certain events that we'll later discuss, maybe it became more crucial to add more settlements to California. After that event that we'll get to. So, yeah, anyways. Oh yeah, another thing I forgot to mention. After the cold open, after the bombs go off, it says 219 years later. Now, the bombs, as we all know, dropped in 2077. So, did a little math here, quick math, and 2077 plus 219 is 2296. So I think that means that the show takes place after the events of Fallout 1 and 2, obviously, and 3, New Vegas, and even Fallout 4. Because Fallout 4 is like 210 years afterwards. I think so. I think it's Fallout 4 is in like 2281 or something like that. So yeah. So yeah, keep that in mind. And also keep in mind that this show is meant to take place in the same continuity as the games. So, okay, got it? Got that? Good. Okay, so Titus, Maximus, they grab a ride on the vertibird and make their way towards Philly. Okay, so now we cut to the last scene, which is a bunch of, I guess, amateur bounty hunters. They arrive in a cemetery, and they go, we have to wake him up. He's a very experienced, very deadly fella, and he'll get the job done. He'll get that bounty for us. And then they cut to a grave where there's like IV bags attached to it. And, okay, I guess. Yes, ghouls are technically immortal. They don't die of old age. So, theoretically, you can just keep a ghoul locked up and fed by drip feed and they won't die, I think. They're trying to do like the, waking up the beast, waking up Dracula. He's inside it like a casket, so yeah. So one of them, there's 3 bounty hunters. The one in the middle, the black guy, he's in Justified, the show, alongside Walton Goggins. So, a little trivia for you. So anyways, one of them is like, well, how do we know that he hasn't gone feral? And the other guy goes, well, that's a great question. We brought this healthy chicken, not a 2-headed chicken, just a chicken, and we'll put it next to him, and then we'll wake him up. And if he goes after the chicken immediately, then he's feral, we put him down, end of story. If he doesn't go for it, then he's good. So they go, okay. So they put the chicken down, they wake him up, and he gets up. And he's like, hey, what do you want? And they're like, there's a bounty. This guy, everyone wants him. There's a lot of caps on him or whatever. And, I don't know. Something happens. I think they make fun of him or something, and he shoots them, and that's the end. Yeah, I think they threaten him, because I've written down here, why threaten your golden ticket? This guy, you specifically went to the cemetery to look for this legendary, deadly bounty hunter. So why go there and be like, hey, if you try something, we'll kill you? It's like, this implies that you think you're better than him, and if that's the case, then why go out of your way to get him? The only reason you're here is because you know that he is a better bounty hunter than you. So now, you're threatening his life and yours by doing this. But anyways, this is the obligatory scene to show off the skills of our sort of semi-main threat of the story. So they antagonize him, he shoots them, he grabs the bounty, and walks away. And that's the end of the first episode. So you get a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a little bit of in between. A little bit of the story of the Vault, Vault 33, Lucy, Hank, Norm, Moldover. Then there's Pregnant Lady, Chet. These are all going to be important to the story, because after Lucy leaves the Vault, which does that happen in this episode or the? I think it happens at the end of this episode, the first episode. So maybe, I'm not sure. What happens is Lucy tries to basically convince the Vault to go outside and find Hank and avenge all the people that died. And the Vault disagrees, and they're like, anything could be out there. It's dangerous. So she decides to sneak out with the help of Chet and her brother Norm. Chet decides to go with her. He wants to go with her. And she's like, no. And he's like, yes. And she's like, needle. And he's like, what? And she's like, you've been tranked. And he falls down. The Vault door is open. And some people see her leaving. And she's like, no, don't do that. And then she leaves. So I can't remember if that happens. I think it happens. I remember the first episode ending in the ghoul, Cooper, killing these three men and walking away. I think that's how it ended. But maybe this Lucy leaving the Vault after that, that's how that ended. But so yeah. Anyway, we got a couple of things. Couple of extra notes here. These are just comments. I noticed there's in the soundtrack, the score, there's a lot of emphasis, a lot of relying on chanting, which brings back, after Zack Snyder's Justice League, brings back a lot of bad memories. So if you're into that kind of thing, that's fine, I guess. But I don't know. Every time you hear I don't know, it feels weird. I think because like these tribal chants and yells, I think they would work if they were like adapting Fallout 2, maybe Chosen One in his in their village of Arroyo. Adding like tribal chants and yelling would make sense, but I think Fallout is like, it's post-apocalyptic, sure, but it's very sci-fi. It's a post-apocalyptic sci-fi show, so it's not very like tribal, for the most part. Like Fallout 2 got tribal at the beginning, but then it went back to being Fallout again. So I don't know. Yeah, not a big fan of the chanting and the yelling and the hollering, but that could be just a matter of taste. That's fine. Yeah, nothing much really. Just a little bit of things I noticed, like all the executive producers that were credited at the end. I don't know, just reminded me of Star Trek Picard, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. More producers means more money, and the show is definitely, very well funded. Let's just say so. Not really a negative, just a thing I noticed. Oh, so I gave the first episode 5, and that's because I think it's a 5. It's an average episode. It has its ups and downs, but yeah. Like, if there were more ups than downs, then I might have given it a 6. But every time they do something decent enough, they then balance it by doing something that's weird, you know? Whether it's some of the jokes that don't work, some of the decisions in, like, little decisions and making the Brotherhood very cult-like, very medieval looking. You know, aesthetically. What? Anyways, so the next episode. So now we have Lucy going out into the wasteland and trying to look for her dad. She runs into a guy who's just by himself, working. Was he even working? He's trying to get some water. And she asks him for directions. And he's like, you know, I could use a wife. We need some kids around to make the farm work and stuff. And she's like, no, I'm not interested. Okay. There's a town by that hill. And she's like, you know, it's very dangerous. Yeah. And she keeps going. Meanwhile, did they? Okay, so hold on. Yeah. Okay, before that, there's a cold open where we cut to this Enclave doctor fella, and the Enclave doctor is working on dogs. They're trying to breed the perfect dogs. I'm guessing they're trying to use them in their, you know, robotic dog projects. That's not the issue here. The issue is that the Enclave somehow exists in the West Coast after New Vegas. Clearly established that the remnants of the Enclave are, well, let's just say, too old to procreate. And there's very few of them. There's like 6, if you don't count Arcade. So the only reason that this could make sense is that either these are a new faction that were inspired by the Enclave and decided to take the mantle again. And I think that makes the most sense because these Enclave don't look like the Enclave, don't behave like the Enclave. The only Enclave-y things about them is the robot dog project, and that there's a shot of one of the guards holding a laser rifle. So technological advancement equals Enclave, I guess, on the surface, sure. But they're not even dressed like Enclave soldiers. And, you know, say what you want about Fallout 3, and I have a lot of things to say about Fallout 3, but I think the Enclave uniforms were actually pretty neat looking. So I was actually looking forward to seeing Enclave officers dressed up in the Fallout 3 Enclave uniforms, but everyone was just dressed so generically. Which, I mean, so much for that comment about costume design. Yeah, anyways. But the Enclave are just... Don't think that the Enclave are going to be big players here. After this cold open, nobody even mentions the Enclave. So, I don't know why make him an Enclave scientist to begin with. Why not make him a defective Brotherhood scientist? That would give extra motive to Maximus, right? And would make more sense because Brotherhood are the more dominant force in the West Coast, believe it or not. Not Caesar's Legion or the NCR. which should exist. Like, I guess depending on what ending you think is canonical to New Vegas, I guess you can say that the NCR were stretched too thin to be in Nevada, but to be in California, I don't know about that. So it's weird that they're not here. I wonder if there's going to be an explanation to that. Enclave, yeah. Why? They've basically. The thing is, the Enclave was a one-time thing. The Enclave were in Fallout 2, and then by the end, when the oil rig blew up, the Enclave were no more. Fallout 3 was like, no, actually, the Enclave also exists in DC, and they have an AI president. Okay? Alright, Bethesda, whatever. You just stay there in that corner, stay there in the East Coast, and do whatever crazy stuff you want. Then New Vegas was like, well, actually, there's some Enclave remnants, and they, hid away from the world, and, some of them are still wallowing in their failures, all of the bad things they did in the name of the greater good, and some were angry that they were defeated by the Chosen One. Stuff like that. At least they try to do something. So it's like, okay, well, you shouldn't have brought back the Enclave, but the way you did it and what you chose to do with it is, I think, makes up for it. So, but as far as the show goes, there's no reason for them to be there, and what they chose to do with them. There's no reason it couldn't have been any other faction. Make up a new faction. They have such a minor role, like 5 minutes of the entire season. They're there. So I think the only reason they're there is just a name drop. Just key jangling. So anyways, the Enclave Doctor, he's there in the kennels, and there's this rule that if the dog is, if the newborn puppy weighs less than 10 pounds, you put him in the incinerator and start anew. And first dogs that are born, they're very healthy, very fit. They're over 10 pounds. Great. Then a new puppy is born, and this doctor, who is the same doctor that everyone is after. That's why they're spending this time characterizing him. What was his name again? Doctor. Okay. So Doctor takes this new puppy and he puts him on the scale, and he's less than 10 pounds. So, what to do? Well, like I said, this is the show trying to characterize this Doctor character, so obviously he doesn't put the dog in the incinerator and lies about his weight. Not only does he do that, he then trains the dog to not only trains him in combat, like all the other dogs, but he also trains him as a pet, and he keeps him around after work. He has a little place for him, feeds him, plays with him. But then, an Enclave Doctor walks in, and he's like, and the Doctor is like, and then the Doctor goes, I'm going to push the alarm. And the Doctor goes, don't push the alarm. And then the Doctor goes, I push the alarm. And then he's like, no, stop that. And then he goes, no, you stop that. And then the dog goes, no, you stop that. And he kills the other Doctor. And then Doctor and dog go, well, that's the end of us, so we better run. And they run. They escape from the Enclave. Nobody tries to stop them. Nobody I think it just cuts. I don't know how big or small this facility is, but from what I know from the Enclave, both from Fallout 2 and Fallout 3, I'd like to think that the Enclave are well equipped enough and well trained enough to stop one weak and moderately fast doctor and his dog. But I think he's in the lab, and then it cuts to him on the surface, running away from one machine gun turret. And he's like running, and then the machine turret is like, oh, you're too fast, you're too fast, you're too fast. And then that's it. They escape. Yeah, and then it cuts to the title, Fallout. And that's it. That's all they show of the escape. So, yeah. A little bit of a mixed bag, to say the least. But anyways. So now we cut to the scene that I was talking about. Lucy finding directions, trying to ask about for her dad. I haven't even mentioned that this is just Fallout 3 again. But anyway, doesn't matter. So yeah, after she talks to the creepo loner guy, she moves on, and she finds Philly. At the same time, Maximus and Knight Titus, they are on the Vertibird, on their way to Philly. And then Knight Titus is like, I'm bored, I don't want to shoot stuff. Put me down here. So the pilot goes, okay. And he puts him down. Oh, no. He just jumps out. He grabs Maximus, and he leaps off the Vertibird. And, well, okay. I thought they were going to do the Fallout 4 thing of being able to survive any fall when you're wearing power armor, but it barely made any sense then. And then when you have another person who isn't protected by power armor, it's not going to make any sense as well, any more sense. But actually, no, he doesn't jump off. Well, he does, but he's strapped to a harness with a cable. I'm guessing a metal cable. I don't think it's just plain old rope, because the power armor itself probably weighs over a ton. But yeah. So they descend down together on the same cable, and I don't know if they immediately get attacked, but anyway, they I don't know what exactly happens. Oh, so there's something like he sees a dark cave, and he's like, go in, Squire, see what's inside, make sure it's safe. And he's like, oh man, okay. And he goes in, and he's like, there's nothing here. And then he turns around, and then there's a Yagwai behind the knight. I guess he just got back from work, and he's like, "Rrr." And the knight goes, oh, bear. Okay, yes, I guess technically that's a bear. Does everyone in the wasteland call it a bear? Maybe. I mean, I guess it's kind of nonsensical to think that everyone in the wasteland would call it Yagwai. It's just a name it's a name for the players, because players exist in multiple stories across multiple states and worlds. So, yes, universally, for most Fallout players, they know the mutated bear as a Yagwai. But I guess for a lot of people, they just call it a bear. But it was just weird to call it bear when we all know it's a Yagwai. Doesn't matter. It's a small detail. I guess if he said Yagwai, and a lot of newcomers who don't know anything about Fallout games will be like, Yaguai? Why do you say Yaguai? What's a Yaguai? That's a bear, you know? So I guess to not confuse people, they just said, call it a bear, and be done with it. So anyway, the bear attacks the knight, and he's biting his hands. He's trying to take him down, trying to eat him. But luckily, all that armor is protecting him. He's punching the bear, and the bear knocks him down. Tries to find an opening to eat him, and then the Maximus comes in and shoots the bear twice in the head, and then it dies. And then Knight Titus is all banged up and stuff from the attack, and then he takes his helmet off, and it's another Justified actor, Michael something. He's the guy. This is something I only found out by accident, but if you've seen the video with the weird cat, you know, like what was it? Like, Ma, get the cat. Get the cat. There's a weird cat outside. That's the same guy. Anyway, so he's like, man, this sucks. I don't want to be here anymore. I hate it. Blah blah blah. I'm all banged up and stuff. Oh, this cruel world. And he's like, you know, help me, Squire, you useless Squire, you dumb Squire, you dumb person. And I wrote down, why antagonize your only help? It's like you want to die. How did you become a knight when you barely have any combat skills and barely have any social skills? Do you really think that you can just, like, punch down on your squire just because he's your squire, and you think he'll just willingly help you out? I guess there are some submissive people out there, I guess, and they'll be like, well, he's insulting me, but at the same time, it's my duty to serve him, so I'll help him out. But yeah, for most people, I think, you don't have to thank them and hug them, but at least be like, okay, you helped me, so can you heal me up? Okay? Like, if you don't want to say please, then say something like, help me and I'll write you, you know, what's it called? Not an accommodation. I'll write you like commendation, you know. I'll put in a good word with, you know, the elder, and maybe he'll make you a knight. Or, you know, help me and I'll give you 1 day off of your chores, of your squire duties. Something. But no, he just keeps insulting him, and he's like, what are you waiting for, you dumb squire? Give me my medkit, you dumb squire. And so, the dumb squire does exactly what you expect. And it's like, no, you don't deserve this armor. You're not a real knight. A real knight is a good person. You're not a good person, you're a meanie. And he's like, and then it just cuts. Yeah. Do we even see him die? I don't know. Yeah, it just cuts. And then I think it just cuts to Lucy arriving in Philly. And because the next note I have here is why choose Philly and not recognizable towns that exist in California? The Boneyard, for example, the Hub, Junktown, Necropolis. There's a lot of towns that exist in Fallout, Shady Sands, maybe. So, unless that they're saying that all of these towns that we know from before, from previous games, have met the same fate as Shady Sands, maybe? But, maybe. So anyway, Philly is like a mix between the hub and Megaton, right? The way it's built and structured. And there's all your typical wasteland vendors, doctors, merchants, gun stores and stuff. So Lucy walks in to this pawn shop looking place, and she asks about her dad. Oh, the reason she's drawn to this shop is because she notices a lot of Vault-Tec equipment. Vault-Tec, like stickers, bobbleheads. She sees like a Pip-Boy. She's like, this is Vault-Tec equipment. Can't have that. Can't steal that. It doesn't belong to you. And so the shop lady is like, I don't know. I don't care. So anyway, she asks around and about her dad, and she's like, "Oh, go away. I don't care." And then she goes away, and then what happens? I think she I think the doctor comes in, and he's got an appointment with this shop lady, and I think she asks him something or whatever, and he's like, you're a vault dweller, you don't belong here, and stuff like that. Oh, I forgot. So after we see the doctor escaping from the Enclave facility, Lucy, as she's making her way across the wasteland, she sets up a camp, lights a fire, and goes to sleep. And then in the middle of the night, she wakes up, and there's a dog growling at her. And she finds this doctor fella sitting by her fire. And the dog isn't growling at her, it's growling at a rad roach it saw. And it grabs the rad roach and kills it. And then the doctor is like, you should be careful out here. You should know better than to light a fire in the middle of night. So yeah, they meet before they're in Philly. And then she goes to Philly, and she finds him there in Philly. And she's like, you again. And she's like, I'm looking for my father and whatever. I think he recognizes the name. He's like, his name is Hank McClane. And he's like, whatever, go home, whatever. And then, throughout all this, Cooper, the ghoul, is just standing in Philly. Not standing, he's sitting down, staking out the doctor. I think it's when he gets like a verbal confirmation, because the shop lady yells out his name, and she's like, "Doctor, whatever." And then when he says yes, he gets up, and he's like, "So you're the doctor? You got a big price on you, boy." And everyone is like, "Oh, here we go." So people start hiding, some people start gearing up, and then the lady is like, I'm being paid a lot of caps to safely escort him. And he's like, okay. And then he shoots the doctor in the foot, and his foot explodes. And he's like, well, you're going to have a hard time escorting him now. And a big fight happens, and before that is the scene that I reacted to, which got Lucy, and she's got her needle gun, and she's like, sir, you're being very aggressive, and You need to stand down. If you don't stand down, then I'm going to assume that you are the aggressive party here. You're the one that needs to be stopped and whatever. And of course, he doesn't listen, and he keeps walking, and she shoots him, and then he goes, that's a big drop in a needle of drugs, or whatever. Yeah. And then the shootout happens, and the shop lady is like, anyone who kills the ghoul gets 1,000 caps or whatever. So everyone starts trying to shoot him, and well, not really try to shoot him. It's more like they try to aim at him, and he just stands in the middle, and he just activates his ult, and he goes, and kills them all. And yeah, no one kills him, of course, and but it provides enough of time to distract him from the doctor, and in the middle of all that, then we see before that we see Maximus suiting up in Titus's power armor, and that's why I wrote down stolen valor, because he literally steals his position. I know that a Brotherhood Knight is different than a more recognizable military organization out there. So, but anyways, at least when Edward did it, he wasn't pretending to be a good person. But Maximus is like, you're no true knight. You do this and this. Anyway, I'm going to steal your armor and pretend to be you. Would a knight do that? I don't think so. But anyways, so he comes in and he's like, Knight Titus, stand down. Before that, there's a funny little scene where he... well, the first bit is fine. The first bit is him just, trying out his armor. He's like, ooh, yeah, cool. And then he walks around, and right behind the building he's practicing in, there's two people fighting. And the guy is angry at this guy who's like, I'm a doctor, sir. How dare you? And so Maximus steps in, and he's like, you better stop that. And he grabs him by the hair, and he's like, stop that, stop. You're under arrest. No, he doesn't say that. He just says, stop, let him go. And then he lets him go. He doesn't ask, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? What did this man do to you to deserve such punishment? He just says, stop. And he stops and lets the guy go, and he runs away. And then, after the guy runs away, he lets the other guy go. And then he goes, what was that all about? And he's like, he was fucking my chickens. So, okay. Well, I guess, I don't know if that's supposed to be funny or wacky or weird or whatever. Was that supposed to be some moral lesson on, never judge a book by the cover or whatever? I don't know. So, yeah, it's just a scene that happened, and we move on. But anyways, so that happens before he arrives in Philly. Then he arrives at Philly, and he's like, step away, and then he starts fighting the ghoul. A Brotherhood soldier, he's not a knight, but, a person in a power armor suit is fighting a ghoul. Now, I know that I've said ghouls are technically immortal, but they're not invulnerable. I'm pretty sure they take as much damage, they can handle as much damage, physical damage, as humans. Maybe less so. I don't know. Maybe more, maybe less. But either way, I doubt that him getting tossed around with such force would not at least cripple or incapacitate him. But it doesn't. Maybe because it's maybe it's because all of the drugs he's doing. I don't know. But yeah, they have this long fight that keeps cutting back and forth between them and another scene, and he's just barely taking any damage. Another thing is the doctor's dog. He tries to kill the ghoul, Cooper, and Cooper, the dog jumps on him, and Cooper stabs him. Okay. I don't think it was in the neck, but it was pretty near the neck, because the dog goes down, and then that's it. So I assumed that he was dead, but apparently not. Maybe the dog was already augmented somehow. Maybe. Oh, another thing I failed to mention was the entire crux of the show. The doctor, before he leaves, he injects himself with something. And later, that turns out to be the thing that everyone needs this doctor for. They don't need him. They need the thing that he injected himself with. It's some sort of top secret enclave project that is very valuable. So yeah, keep that in mind. So yeah, the dog is stabbed. The doctor has had his foot blown out. The shop lady and Lucy, they drag him inside, and she puts on a thing that sticks to his stump. He's been like bleeding out for many minutes, a lot of blood, but he doesn't pass out or in any way is affected by any of the blood loss. They put the stump in his foot, it latches on, and then she puts like a flat metal thing, and now he's got like a prosthetic foot. And then the shop lady is like, well, how are we supposed to get you across safely now? And he's like, she can do it, Lucy. And Lucy's like, no, I can't. No, I don't want to do this. And the lady is like, oh, okay. This is why the lady got pissed off. Lucy comes in asking about Moldover. And she's like, don't say that name here. She gets pissed off. Now, she reveals that the reason that she's pissed off is because Moldover is the person, the lady, that paid her for the doctor's safe travel to her headquarters, I guess. So she's like, the doctor needs to go to the place where the person you're looking for is. So if you want to find your dad, you're going to have to safely carry the doctor across the wasteland to wherever her location is. So she agrees. She grabs the doctor, and they walk out. And on their way out, the Maximus is still fighting with Cooper, and Lucy gives a look like, oh man, he's so brave, he's so metallic and strong, and yeah, sowing the seeds, as they call it. And yeah, it's not the end of the episode. There's also like a subplot of the Vault Dwellers. It's Norm's subplot. It's a collective subplot. It's the Vault 33 subplot. Let's see. How long for a foot wound to get infected? That's a question I had. Even if you stop the bleeding quick enough, and there's no damage from all the blood loss, shouldn't infections be something very dangerous? Because there's probably not a lot of, antibiotics and anti-infection things around, so getting infected is probably not a good thing to. But turns out there are probably no infections. Yeah, I don't know if something else happens. If it did, is probably not worth mentioning. So yeah. What else happens? Oh yeah, so the fight ends between Maximus and Cooper. When Cooper snips one of Maximus's tubes, they're attached to his helmet, and that sort of slows the, I guess, the motor function for the armor. So that weakens him a bit, and oh yeah, and then he and then Maximus tries to fly away, and he can't control himself, and he lands on his face somewhere outside Philly. Cooper then, and then Cooper walks over to the dog he stabbed, picks him up, carries him, puts him inside, stabs him with a stim pack, and then the dog just gets up. Now I know a stim pack is like a healing potion in D&D. It heals immediately. There's no explanation for it. It's just a thing that existed from the first Fallout game. It's just a thing to excuse to contextualize how a person can just recover from bullet wounds. I get that. It's a video game thing, and so trying to adapt it in real world, it's probably going to be adapted in the same way, meaning that, you stab yourself with the thing. They did that. Oh, they did that in the first episode. So when Lucy got stabbed in the gut, and then she pulls it out, after the attack, she puts a stim pack in, and that, it doesn't, I don't think it heals the wound, because she later has to staple the wound shut. So I guess it's more of an adrenaline shot. I don't know, but adrenaline doesn't cure. Okay, I don't know. But anyways, maybe it is supposed to be like adrenaline, maybe. But anyways, so yeah, the dog is not dead, and not only that, it seems to, maybe when it was dead, the brain started getting damaged, and so he forgot that this ghoul is the person that killed him, the person that stabbed him, the person that was after his master. The dog gets up and he's like, "Hey, what's up? What's going on?" Not like this person was an enemy the last time you were still conscious, but anyway, the dog doesn't attack, and Cooper uses him to track down the doctor. Because, I don't know, he can probably pick up his scent, right? And, there's also, so there's the vault subplot, but that doesn't really become relevant until later. So right now, all that's going on is that Norm is pissed off that the attackers, the raiders that attacked Vault 33, are being kept prisoners, not executed. And he's trying to rally the Vault Dwellers against them. And, yeah. But I think that's later. Right now, they're just pissed off because he and Chet were accomplices to letting Lucy escape. So yeah, another average episode, 5 out of 10, really. Nothing worth mentioning. So now we move on to episode 3. Episode 3 starts off with another flashback. This time, Cooper is acting in a role, and in the role, he's like, okay, so he's trying to do a line, right? And there's a line where he's about to shoot a bad guy, and he's like, Yo fuente el gente, which means your ugly, strong, and stubborn. And I can safely say that you're 2 out of the 3. Goodbye. And then he's like, do I have to kill him? And then it's like, cut. Oh, see, he wasn't actually trying to shoot the guy. It was a seed. And then he's like, Emil, do I really have to kill? And I'm like, Emil? Where have I heard that name before? Hold on a minute. The writer of the great Hollywood blockbuster that starring Cooper Howard is named Emil? So Mr. Howard and Mr. Emil are talking to each other about the story of the movie. And Mr. Howard is like, I don't know, Emil, I think it's, I don't want to kill people or whatever. And says something about, where's the other writer? And he's like, oh, they fired him. Yeah, it was a commie. Can you believe that? Crazy. So anyways, so they take a break, and there's his wife, and they talk about stuff, they talk about life, and nothing really interesting so far. It's him just talking to his wife about something. I don't know. It's not really worth mentioning. So far, the pre-war stuff is not really... They're just sowing the seeds. There's, I guess just like the 50s, there's this rooting out of communists in Hollywood and, banishing them from everywhere. There's actually, there seems to be a pattern there. It's just nowadays it's not called communism; it's called something else. So, but anyways, not really important so far. It's just like I said, sowing the seeds. So we flash forward, and Lucy is trying to move the Doctor across the wasteland. And he just can't do it, I don't think that foot thing worked. I don't think it's, I think it was a temporary solution. And so he sits down and he's like, I can't go on. And she's like, well, I have to get you there. I can't carry you. It's like, well, you don't have to carry me. You can just carry my head. The thing they need is inside my head. So all you got to do is... grab this chainsaw or whatever, this cutter, and cut my head off. And he's like, oh, geez, I don't know if I can do that. And it's like, well, you have to. I'm begging you, I'm not... It's not like I don't want you to do this. I want you to. This is my final wish. Please, cut my head off. It'll be easier for the both of us. I'm going to die anyway, so whatever. And so he dies. And then she's like, okie dokie, and she cuts his head off. We don't see that, but that's like the opening thing. The cold open, I think. Yeah. Anyways. So, let's see, what else? Nothing really to say about this episode. Like, see, the notes are just these 2 lines here. So yeah, this episode is Lucy trying to get to the destination and gets sidetracked by a big monster. It's the monster we see in the trailer. It's the weird pink-orange thing with the big mouth. And Cooper is following the dog, and the dog is following the scent of the Doctor. And Maximus is still stuck in Philly trying to repair his power armor. Um, so yeah, he's buying like a new part. He's trying to fix an old part, and then he's like, and then I don't know. There's a lot. I'm not gonna analyze everything about the episode, so I'm gonna try to make this quicker. Okay, so Maximus is trying to fix his armor, so he sets it aside and tries to find a replacement part, trying to fix a part of the armor, and well, I guess I'm analyzing this scene after all. So he goes to a little vendor shack that has repair on it, and he's like, "Can you repair this?" She's like, "Sure, 5 caps." And he's like, "I got 4." He's like, "Well, I'm not gonna do it." So he looks over and he sees "We buy teeth," a sign, and he's like, and then he goes over, it cuts, comes back in, and he's like, "How about now? Fix it now. I give you more caps if you're quick." And he gives it to her. She takes it. She does zzz, and she fixes it. And well, she technically did it quick, so he has to give her more. So I guess that's a joke. He sold his teeth just to fix a part that could have been fixed in half a second. I don't know. If you're into that kind of thing, I guess, sure, more power to you. All right. So yeah. So now he gets the thingy for the power armor. He comes back, and there's a couple of rascals trying to open his. Well, not open. They try to use his power armor. And he's like, "Hey, stop that! I'll kill you." And they go, "No, you're not." And they jump him, start attacking him, beating him around, tossing him around, and they knock him down. And then they go back to the armor. And then he gets up. It's like, well, that didn't work. He goes over and he sees some spare parts. He sees like a pipe thing and looked like a toilet seat thing, like a horseshoe, big horseshoe thing. And yeah, so he grabs some weapons to help him out, and he starts hitting them, but then they get the upper hand. It's 4 against 1, but they're fighting, and they've got him pinned on the armor, and the armor is like opened up, like in Fallout 4. The back bit is open, and so all you need to do is jump up and strap yourself in. But they got him on the opposite side, so he's got his back on the open part of the armor, and they're beating him and stuff. And then as they're beating him, he puts his hand on the hand part, on the arm part of the armor, and he gets control of it. And there's a guy, his head is right under the hand. And so he grabs the guy's head, and he uses the power armor fist to crush his head. And it explodes. And it's actually pretty, pretty well done, because you see like the evolution of it. I think it was CG, but maybe it wasn't, because he grabs him, and his head doesn't just immediately pop like a melon. He grabs him, and then he squeezes, and then you see his head's getting squished, and then his eyes like going red, like you see like the blood is all getting just squeezed in, and then it pops. There's a couple of seconds where the guy was aware that his head was getting squished, which was, again, like, this is what I'm talking about. The tone when it comes to violence, I think, is spot on. The violence you see in the show is exactly how the violence was always portrayed in the Fallout games. In 1, in 2, 3, 4, New Vegas, the Bloody Mess perk is also like just the same level of violence, just cranked up to not 11, to like 15. So yeah. It's just okay. Well, I get it. Like I said, it's 4-on-1, so I don't imagine my co-protagonist, to win immediately to take the upper hand, but I expect some competence. It's just the way he was getting tossed around. It was in a little bit of a goofy manner. I feel like, I think they were like on paper, this scene works, where he sees how many there are. He doesn't care. He wants the armor. He's not going home without it. He's already sacrificed 4 caps and a tooth just to get that armor. He's not letting it go. He goes in head first. He knows that he's probably not going to win. He doesn't care. Goes in, gets beaten down, doesn't give up, gets up again, and he does it again. He learns from his mistakes. He went in with his fists. That didn't work, so he grabs some weapons. Maybe this will work. It doesn't work so much, so he looks for another way to win. He uses the surroundings. He uses the power armor fist, and when he smashes that, makes that guy's head explode, the other people run away in terror, and that's the end of the scene. So on paper, I can see it working. It's just the way it was executed. It was a little bit goofy in the way, like the expressions and the way he was getting beaten and the way he was beating them. It was a little bit off. I don't know. So yeah, but that's like a matter of taste. I think, like I said, on the surface as a concept, I think this scene is fine. So yeah. So he gets the armor. It's all fixed, good to go. Meanwhile, this monster in the water. There's like a big pond. It's like it's a flooded area. It's not like an actual pond. It's like there's a couple of places like that in Fallout 4, where it's like flooded. I can't think of one right now off the top of my head. But anyways, but it turns out that this monster is supposed to be a gulper. And I was like, a gulper? I've heard that name before. That's not a new monster. When I saw it in the trailer, I was like, I don't recognize this. This doesn't look like any monster I know. But it turns out that this was supposed to be the gulper, and the gulper is a creature from Fallout 4, Far Harbor. And as far as I know, it's not pink, and it doesn't have like all these fingers and hands inside. So what I'm trying to figure out, whether it's a retcon to what the gulper is supposed to be, or they're trying to say that this is a West Coast variant of the East Coast gulper from Far Harbor, from Maine, or they've forgotten what a gulper is supposed to be. So either ignorance, poorly explained, or poorly justified change. Just arbitrary change in lore that is not that old. It's not even the main game, Fallout 4. It's the second before last expansion. But anyways, so yeah, that was supposed to be a gulper. So weird. Again, not only are you bringing in East Coast ideologies into the West Coast, you're bringing in East Coast creatures into the West Coast. I don't know. I would have preferred to see like a lake lurk. Hell, even a mirelurk. I know Bethesda loves their mirelurks, even if it doesn't make sense. Mirelurks, they're not really any. There aren't many aquatic creatures on the West Coast games. Fallout 1 and 2. I don't think there's even water in Fallout 1 and 2. There's just all is just sand and underground ruins. Fallout New Vegas, there's of course Lake New Vegas, Lake Las Vegas, whatever, Lake Vegas. But yeah, it's just surrounded by lake lurks, who are just mire lurks from Fallout 3, just named lake lurks. So I don't know. Just add in like a mutated fish or something. I don't know. Mutated shark. But anyways, so what was I gonna say? Oh, okay. So hold on. So yeah. So Lucy arrives at this big pond thing, and so yeah. What happens is that how did it? Okay, I forgot exactly what the order of events were, but I think the Gulper tries to attack her, tries to eat her, and yeah, it tries to eat her. Oh, okay. She sees a deer, a little baby deer, at the edge of the lake, at the shore. It's eating some plants. She grabs a little piece of shrubbery, and she goes over to the deer to feed it to it. And then the deer gets snatched up by the Gulper. And she's like, whoa, what was that? Weird. And then it loops around and grabs her from behind. It doesn't really grab her. It doesn't have big hands. It grabs her with its mouth. It grabs the backpack that she's wearing. And it's dragging her. And she's fighting. And she shoots him with the needle thing. And before she arrives at the lake, she just in case, she puts in a tracker that is that works with her Pip-Boy. It's like I guess it's an official Pip-Boy tracker thing. I haven't heard of one of those, but sure. So she puts the thing up his nose, up the doctor's dead head nose, and she's like, just in case. Yeah, so, right. So now, the Gulper's snatching at her backpack. She's trying to fight him off, and he manages to grab her backpack and runs away. And she tries to follow him, and he's, spitting up some of the things in her backpack, but he manages to get the head. The head wasn't in the backpack. Yeah. It was in a separate, it was like in a sack or whatever. So he lets go of the backpack, but he grabs the head in the sack, and then he submerges in the water. Right? So as that is happening, so Maximus, this is before he fixes his power armor. He's being contacted by the Brotherhood. They're contacting Knight Titus, and they were like, mission report, and then he pretends to be Titus, and he's like, my squire died. We were attacked, and my squire has died, very honorably. And they're like, okay, we'll give you a new squire. And he's like, oh, no, that's not necessary. It's like, oh, there's no trouble. And then he grabs the comms and stomps on them. Like that's going to do something. Right, so that's going to be relevant later. So the ghoul and the dog arrive at the doctor's body. That's where the trail took him. And that's as far as he goes. Now, he sees that there's no head. Well, looks like his work is not done yet. But, luckily, he notices footprints on the sand. So he follows them. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood send in they drop in a new squire. Like, the vertibird arrives, like, literally above the center of Philly, and the squire gets ropes down on the cable, and he arrives. And he sees Titus's power armor, and he runs over to it, and Maximus is like, oh boy, what do I do now? And then he runs over to the armor, straps himself in, and pretends to be Titus. And he's like, report, squire. And the squire turns out to be the main guy that was bullying him back when he was at base, at headquarters. So, how the turntables have, and so yeah. So now we cut back to Cooper, and Cooper arrives he follows the footsteps all the way to the same lake that Lucy's at, and he points his gun at her, and the gun, by the way, I haven't talked about that much. It's a pretty nifty looking gun. It's pretty unique, to say the least. It looks like the hunting revolver. At first, I thought it was a very snub-nosed hunting rifle, but then I saw him loading in bullets in a cylinder, so I think it's a hunting revolver with a wooden bit under the barrel. Yeah. It gives off this big iron vibe, Looks like the BFR, If you've seen Looper, it's like these big revolvers. It's very loud, like a cannon being fired off. It reminds me of that. Pretty nifty. It's not like cool or anything, but it's not bad. There's also the Fallout 4 assault rifles, which, not the biggest fans of. I didn't have a problem with the old design, the Fallout 1. I think Fallout 1 was the first game to have the assault rifle be the G3. And pretty sure that carries over all the way to Fallout 3. In New Vegas, though, you have the assault carbine, which is the M4, and then you have the service rifle, the M16, and no combat rifle. Not even combat shotgun. There's a riot shotgun, which is pretty close to it. And I guess the reason is that these are guns made by the gun runners and not... I don't know. But yeah, I don't think there's even an assault rifle in Fallout New Vegas. There's an assault carbine, and there's a marksman carbine, and there's... what else is there? There's a light machine gun, there's 9mm submachine gun, 10mm, yeah, but no assault rifle. So, I don't know. I think I still prefer the G3 as a design for the assault rifle, but again, in the Wasteland, you can't expect everyone to have the same guns. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of factions, especially technologically advanced factions like the Brothers Steel. It's not out of the realm of possibility to have them have their own gunsmithing operations, and they decide to make their own guns, their own rifles, so whatever. Yeah, what was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about the ghoul's gun, and I got sidetracked. Anyway, so the ghoul arrives, he points a gun at Lucy, and he's like, where's the head? And she's like, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. And he takes her backpack, he pours everything out, there's nothing inside. And then, I think he then, tries to kill her or something, and then she tells him that, I don't know if she tells him or he finds out, but anyway, he finds out. I don't know how, I forgot how. I'm pretty sure she tells him, which makes sense. That's that's the answer that makes more sense. I think she tells him that the head is inside that big gulper thing. So he decides his plan is to use her as bait for the gulper, and when it comes out, I guess he kills the gulper, and he gets the head. And if Lucy gets eaten, then whatever, Lucy gets eaten. So yeah, that doesn't work. He keeps dipping her into the water, in and out, and finally the gulper arrives, and I think she fights it off or something. Anyway, Cooper doesn't get the chance to get the head, and yeah, that plan fails. And then I forgot what happens next, because they just leave that head be, I think. Or maybe they do get it. Maybe they do get it and I've forgotten. I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure they leave, because after that is when Maximus and his squire, I forgot what it was called, they're also now following the same trail. They're following... oh, yeah, so the squire is like, what happened? And he's like, I tried to get the target, but then this ghoul stopped me. And he's like, wow, you let a ghoul stop you? And he's like, what? And he's like, oh, no, of course, knight. That was a very wise decision. Because ghouls leave behind a radioactive trail. So we can just use our equipment and follow it. And he's like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm pretty smart. And they follow the ghoul's trail. They follow Cooper's trail. And so, yeah, they follow it and they arrive at the doctor's headless corpse. And then they continue all the way until they arrive at the lake. And they get jumped by the gulper. And, yeah, the gulper tries to go at Maximus, tries to bite him. And then his squire shoots the gulper, and the gulper pays attention to him. He gets the aggro on him, and Maximus then... and then the gulper chomps down on the squire. And it's like a frog, almost. It's got that sticky tongue, and it's just sucking him in. And Maximus is trying to pull him out. And because he's stuck on the gulper's tongue, he pulls him and the gulper's insides all at the same time. And he's tugging him, and I guess the gulper's gag reflex activates, and they even show a shot of his eyes, oh, and they just go, and everything gets spilled out, and it's like he puked it puked its own guts out. But yeah, anyways, so Maximus wins the tug of war, and the gulper is dead. Everyone is perfectly safe and sound. So I don't know if that's... oh, okay. At the end, near the end of the episode, we get another flashback where Cooper is doing some commercials. Oh, he's doing an ad shoot for Vault-Tec, and he's wearing that vault suit, and it's famous actor, movie star Cooper Howard endorses Vault-Tec, and he's doing a photo shoot, and he's wearing the vault suit, and he's like, yeah, like that, all right, and then he's like, hey, what about I do this? I do one of these, right? I do one of these, right? Because that's the move we used to do when I was in the Marines or whatever. And they were like, huh, yeah. You know what? That's a good idea, Coop. And then they show like a sign where it's half Cooper smiling and then the Vault Boy smiling and giving a thumbs up. And I'm like, are they trying to say that the Vault Boy was inspired somehow by Cooper Howard? So the Vault Boy wasn't a thing made by the marketing team. It was something they stole from Cooper. You know? They were like, you know, we like this new idea of giving a thumbs up. We never thought of that one before, so we're going to use it in our ads now. But instead of drawing a caricature of your face, we're going to draw this blonde boy-looking thing that doesn't look anywhere like you. I guess to avoid copyright, right? Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. Like, what? Who gives? What? Why is this here? What has this got to do with the Fallout show or the Fallout story, the Fallout world? Knowing that this fictional character, this OC of yours, inspired the Vault-Tec, Vault Boy, like, logo figure. I don't know, man. It's just wasting time here. Like I said, this is what I'm talking about when I say pacing. We're on the 3rd episode. There's 8 episodes. And so far, what we've managed to accomplish is there's a person everyone is looking for, and he's going to be the key to Lucy finding her dad, and that's it. She's trying to get him across to the thing, you know. At least in, like, say for example, Last of Us, right? The entire plot is Joel has to get Ellie across to Salt Lake or whatever, right? But there's chapters in the story, there's events, there's characters, factions that they interact with throughout the stories, you know. There's Billstown, there's Henry and Sam, and then there's Tommy and his wife, I forgot her name, Marlene, I think. Then, you know, and then, of course, David and his cannibal crew. There's so much. There's so many events. Not counting the Left Behind DLC, which, you know, you can cram in there. That's what the show did, right? So, but here, there's nothing. There's, what are we doing? We're running around an empty wasteland. Everyone is following each other. Like, and there's a monster of the week. It comes in, rah, and then it dies. And the story moves on. It feels like, again, it feels like they've written a story for a movie adaptation. And they were like, that's not going to sell, so let's do a show. Because that's what's so popular nowadays. Because there's not really that much story going on here. Everything is stretched out. Not stretched out in a boring way, like most of the Disney Plus shows, but it's still, you feel that stretched outness, if you will. There's barely anything going on, you know. What is there is, you know, well made and all, sure. You know, like I said, the sets look good, the costumes look good, presentation, it's all there, top notch, but there's nothing to show for it. There's no, like, the foundation itself is very lackluster. And, yeah, so everyone's just following each other, one big trail, and another average episode. I don't know if we've gotten to the story of Vault 33 yet, but I think we'll get to it when we get close to the end. So yeah, that's episode 3. Another average episode, 5 out of 10. Episode 4 is actually, it's probably the best episode of the show. It's a very basic beginning, middle. It has a very basic beginning, middle, and end structure. And it's, like I said, an example of a classic tale that has been told many times, but told in a very interesting, very thought-provoking, very substantive way. So, the episode starts off, and Cooper he's got Lucy on a leash. He's keeping her hostage. And, we have a little bit of, I don't want to single out good and bad and ugly, but this is probably like a Western trope. A guy is dragging another guy across the desert, and he's like, I'm thirsty. He's like, oh yeah? Well, too bad. And he drinks the water, or he spills the water. It happens even in John Wick. So, it's, I guess, a trope, if you want to call it. So, yeah. But anyways, so, Cooper arrives at this broken down house. And inside the house is a guy who's like, my name is something. My name is Michael, or whatever. My name is Michael. I am Michael. And then he's like, arr, 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 arr. And then it's like, what's going on? So it turns out that he's a ghoul. I probably should have started with that. He's a ghoul, and he's becoming feral. He's turning feral. And throughout the episodes, Cooper is taking this weird inhaler drug thing. And it turns out that ghouls need to take this drug from time to time, unless, and if they don't, they slowly turn feral. And this is what's happening to this guy. And this ghoul is an acquaintance, I guess. He knows Cooper. And Cooper is visiting him and stuff, and he's like, hey, how you doing? And he's like, I'm doing good. I'm doing... And like this is an example of overacting that worked. It's not like the Halo show where there's in the first season, if you remember, there's this black guy who's like talking about the prophecy of Halo, and he's like, rah, the Halo. And he's jumping around and he's getting in everyone's faces, and it's like, what are you doing? what? It's not that deep. But here it's like, well, this ghoul who's lived through so much is trying to get a grip of himself before he loses it entirely. And we know what feral ghouls, well, those of us who've played the games know what a feral ghoul, how a feral ghoul behaves. So, the way he's behaving and the way he's delivering, the performance, it's not, it is over the top, but it's supposed to be over the top. And it's not just an arbitrary decision. So the guy's turning, and so Cooper is like trying to make him feel better, and he's like, hey, remember that time when we did that thing? And it's like, oh yeah, I remember that thing. It was Cooper shoots him, and turns out that Cooper wasn't trying to, ease him into his passing. He was just hungry, and he wants to eat some of that man meat before it gets too spoiled. And so he gets in there, and he starts taking slices. He grabs one bite, and then he leaves. So, maybe he got some to go. But, and he's like, in this wasteland, there's no rules here. You and I, we're not so different. Eventually, this wasteland is going to turn into me. And he's like, And then he's like, you better grab that piece of that ass or something. And I don't know if that's supposed to be funny or whatever. So, anyways, and so that's our cold open for the episode. In the last episode, I almost forgot. In the last episode, Maximus, when he, I guess, kills that gulper, one of the things that he vomits out, is Lucy's boot, one of her boots. And so Maximus assumes that she's dead. you know. So even though they've only passed one or two glances at each other, they did talk actually in the first episode, second episode. They do talk a bit. He's like, I'm going to distract the ghoul. You get this guy inside, and that's about it, I think. So yeah. So he's like, oh man, this person that I've known for a couple of seconds is gone. So yeah. So now, Maximus and the Squire are following the ghoul's trail, I guess. They're still following that radiation trail. And then Maximus is enjoying his new role as fake knight, and he's abusing his authority over this guy that has bullied him. And so he's like, clean up this, clean up that, you do this, hey, shut up. Which is, again, hypocritical. Just because, like, people treat you badly does not mean that now they're free game. I think there should be some limits, especially when you're preaching your knightliness to the guy that you stole. Not only did you not save, you stole his armor, his identity, and now you've taken a squire under false pretenses, and now you're abusing him. I think you're not a good person, Maximus, but that's just me. Anyways, so yeah, and then they do through time. They do, open up to each other. The Squire is first scared, always around him, and the knight and Maximus is being harsh on him. But throughout their adventures of walking around the desert and stuff, they get to know each other. They get to like each other a little bit. And Maximus, he's sitting down with the Squire, and he's like, "Do you know anything about this my Squire that died? This Maximus guy? I heard he was a good person, And he's like, "I don't know much about him." It's like, "Well, just tell me something. Anything you know about him?" And he's like, "Well, we used to bully him around." And he's like, "Well, why do that? That's not so nice." And he's like, "Well, yeah, but before he arrived, I was the one getting bullied. So now, now that there's a new guy, everyone started bullying him, and I joined with them because I was happy because they now have someone else to bully. And I continue to, encourage bullying this Maximus guy, because as long as they're bullying him, they're not going to be bullying me." Which is, it's actually weird, because I've had an experience like that when I was at school. So it's probably this is the first time in the show where I've related to a character, and it's the goofy Squire character. I don't know what that says about me or the show or the character, but there you go. You be the judge. So yeah, what else happens? Oh yeah, of course, how could I forget? So Cooper takes Lucy to a super duper mart, and it turns out that he's gonna sell her to these people inside in exchange for some of these drugs that are gonna prevent his transformation. So there's a little, I guess you can call it subplot, where she's where they're she tries to run away from him, and he catches up to her, and then I think he grabs her and she bites one of his fingers off, and then he's like, and then he takes out his knife and he cuts off one of her fingers. Yeah, it's a thing that gets brought up. It happens and then gets resolved in the same episode. So it's barely worth mentioning. But yeah, I just remembered it because we're about to get to the payoff of that fascinating story arc. So yeah. So Cooper gets her inside, and when she gets inside, he finally he passes out. I don't know if it's because he's tired, if it's blood loss, or it's because he's in withdrawal and he spent so much time without the drugs that he's starting to become less and less in control of his body. But anyway, he passes out. She gets in, and there's a robot there. It's a Mr. Handy, which is not voiced by the Mr. Handy who does the voice for Mr. Handy's in Fallout 3 and 4. It's not voiced by Yuri Lowenthal from Fallout New Vegas. No, it's another British guy, and that's fine, I guess. I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but that's going to be, the explanation is going to be in a couple episodes from now. So for now, there's really no reason for the voice change. But later, there's going to be an explanation, if you can call it that. So yeah. I just noticed, I wrote down smoothies. In the beginning, when Cooper meet with the ghoul that's about to turn feral, he refers to Lucy as a smoothie, and it's just, I don't know. I think when people say smoothie, they think of something. I don't know. I don't want to assume too much, but I feel like when I say smoothie, there's an image that pops up in your head, and it's not the one that is meant to be. Because ghouls, I don't know, to those who haven't played the games, ghouls refer to humans, normal non-ghoul humans, as smooth skins, because they have. Right, so, that, there's a little bit of a logic there, but then shortening it down to smoothies, I don't know. But then he does say smooth skins, so yeah, I don't know what. Just say smooth skin. I don't know, but that's a little detail. Anyway, so Lucy follows the Mr. Handy. I think she has her hands tied, so she can't escape. Well, she can, but there's nowhere to go. She follows the Mr. Handy, and she's like, please, this guy has me kidnapped. Yeah, I don't want to be here. And he's like, oh, don't worry, this won't take long, whatever. He's programmed to do a specific thing, so he doesn't really care what she's saying. And so yeah, she gets in, and he knocks her out. Oh, first he heals her finger by attaching an amputated finger onto her stump, and then sewing the finger to the stump, and then her finger works again. Even though the finger is so rotten, it's black of how rotten it is. It's not like black like dark skin, like black rot, like a rotten banana. But no, the robot stitches the finger and it works. It only takes a couple of seconds and it works. So that's why I don't know why they did that, because they take the finger and then they put it back in, all in the same episode. So why? So yeah. After it fixes her finger, it knocks her out with a needle, and she gets knocked out, and she gets strapped into a gurney thing, and it takes her across to the operating table, and before it starts operating, you see in this, if you see in the trailer, Mr. Handy has this buzz saw thing, the circular saw, and it's getting close. And then what she does is, this is very clever. What she does is she I don't know what she does. I think she kicks it. I'll have to watch the scene again, but she either kicks it or slaps it, because her hands are strapped. And so are her legs. I don't know. Somehow, the buzzsaw, instead of hitting her in the stomach, it hits her in one of her straps on her wrists. Now she has a free wrist. What does she do? And then, yeah, I don't know how she... I think she quickly undoes the other strap on her wrist, and Mr. Hand is like, oh dear, oh, please stay still. And then she grabs defibrillators, and then she shocks the Mr. Handy, and it's incapacitated. Now, I think this is okay. So I think it's in this episode. Maximus basically, right? Yeah. So, like I said, Maximus and the Squire are getting to know each other well. So Maximus decides that he's gonna. Right. So the Squire is like. Right. Yeah. So the Squire is like. Right. So the Squire and Maximus got the head from the Gulper. So the Squire is like, when we go back and report to the Brotherhood, they're going to be so proud. They're going to be so happy. They're probably going to, give us a promotion. And so Maximus is like, yeah, how's this going to work? Because I'm supposed to be Knight Titus, and I'm not Knight Titus, so what's going to happen to me? So he decides to make a deal with the Squire. And he's like, so before we go, let me tell you a little secret. And he takes the face cap off, and he's like, so I'm Maximus. I'm not Titus. And so when we get back, before we get back, we're going to have to work on a story so we don't both get punished. But the Squire is like, no, I'm not going to do that. You lied to me. And he's like, no, wait, please. And what happens? Oh, so Maximus is like, hey, no, come here. And then the Squire ducks and goes behind him and then rips out his fusion core. Right? And as we all know, without fusion core, the power armor is just, it's like a statue. Can't really move it. At least that's according to Fallout 4. And let's not even get started on how Fallout 4 retcon power armor. But yeah. So yeah, he turns off his power. He takes his power away. Fusion core out. Can't move. He can't fight. Can't do anything. He can only talk. And he takes the head and he goes, I'm gonna go back with the Brotherhood to the Brotherhood, and I'm gonna report everything that happened, and you're gonna be in big trouble. And he's like, oh no, please don't. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's in this episode. Maybe it's in the next episode. Doesn't matter. So let's finish up Lucy's little story here for the episode. So Lucy has escaped, and she has attached needles with a Broxo cleaner inside of them. They're like, I guess they're like Clorox bleach things. Not very good for the human body. So she has a bunch of needles in the robot, and she's carrying him around, and she's like, there's two people, humans, that run the whole operation, and they're just sitting around watching TV, and she's like, what did she want from them? I think she was like, oh yeah, when she walks in the Super Duma Mart, there's in the fridges, there's all these ghouls that are kept prisoner, and she's like, let them go, or I'll stab you with this needle. And well, okay, first of all, she's like, let them go, or I'll do whatever. And they're like, that's not very threatening. And then she shoots the needle, and she's like, let them go, or I'll shoot you with this needle. And they're like, okay. And then they let the ghouls go. But then there's a couple ghouls that they don't let go. And she's like, let them all go. Not just these ghouls, let all the ghouls go. And they're like, no, you don't understand. And she's like, and they're like, okay. And so they let them out. And when they let them out, it turns out that these ghouls are feral, including one that is about to turn feral. She's actually the whole crux of the matter, because when she walks in, this ghoul is like the ghoul from the beginning, and she's like, my name is, whatever, Elizabeth. My name is Elizabeth. My name is Elizabeth. My name is Elizabeth. And she feels sorry for her or whatever. I don't think she was spazzing out, because if she was, then Lucy would have known that she was feral. She was just going, my name is Elizabeth or whatever, right? But she is one of the ones that weren't let out. So that's why she was like, no, let them all out. So yeah, she was in the feral section, and when she's let out, she's like, my name is Elizabeth. My name is Elizabeth. She's coming closer and closer to Lucy, and he's like, my name is Elizabeth. And she's like, oh no, I am gonna do the same thing that Cooper did. Look, the symbolism, I'm becoming Cooper. And but she can't do it, and she's like, no, don't do it. You must break free. You must resist. And then she turns feral, and she leaps like a, I don't know, like a leopard or something. She doesn't do one of those retard like runs, like the four ghouls. They're like run like that, and then they go like that. They jump head first, but she's like jumps like that, and then as she's jumping, she's like, no. And then the blood splatters, and she's like, oh. And she kills the ghoul. Before that, was it before or after? Anyways, the other feral ghouls, though, aren't interested in Lucy, and they go after the two, I don't know, potheads, junkies that are guarding this place. They're not just guarding the place. They're like running the operation. So yeah, they go after them, and some of the ghouls get a couple of good hits on the guys, and then they fight back and they kill, but then they get killed, and everyone dies. And I think that's why I wrote down here that Lucy is too dumb to survive, but too lucky to die. She's like the kind of character that has, like, if she was a Fallout character, she would have like maybe 4 or 5 points in charisma, 4 points in strength, endurance, maybe 5 in perception, and maybe 6 in intelligence, maybe 8 or 7 in agility, and then 10 in luck. So no matter how many dumb decisions that should have gotten her killed, she always lucks out and survives. So, yeah. So anyway, everyone is dead. The Pharaoh ghouls have been killed by the two guys, and the two guys have been killed by the Pharaoh ghouls. Lucy walks out, and Cooper is there, still on the ground. Oh yeah, she grabs some of the drugs that they had, and she's like, "This keeps you from turning feral, right?" And he doesn't say anything, and she gives some to him, and she's like, I may end up looking like you, but I'll never be you." Meaning that, sure, this is how I interpret. I don't think she means literally like she'll become a ghoul. I think she'll become more ruthless and more, more ruthless and more violent, more distrustful. But she doesn't mean that she'll operate exactly on the same principles as he does. She gives him the drugs. She walks away. Cooper, I guess, takes some of the drugs. He gets better. He walks inside. He finds the big mother lode, and he takes all the drugs inside. I don't know if they have like an accumulated effect, or if they don't, he's wasted a lot of good drugs here. But I'm guessing that each one gives him like an extra day, so he like inhaled like 30 of them, so that gives him like, maybe not one day, maybe like, let's say a month or a week. So he's giving himself a lot of leeway here before he can turn feral again. And he notices the TV, and he sits down. He grabs some popcorn and he watches, and it's, first of all, how is there still TV? Oh, no, it's not TV. He finds a holotape. Right. He finds a holotape, and he puts it inside the TV. And inside the TV, inside the holotape, one of the movie from the beginning, from episode 3, the beginning of episode 3, where he's shooting that guy, it's playing. And we see now the finished scene where he does the same line, and then he shoots the guy. So he went through with the scene. But then a bunch of like sheriffs and deputies arrive, and they go, you've been bad boy, ghoul. You're shooting up Super Duper Mart. We don't take kindly to those things. And they knock him out. The classic knocking someone out with the butt of a gun thing. And I think that's how the episode ends. And at first I thought that they're like NCR, because they're dressed like NCR Rangers. Officers. But no, we'll find out who they are later. So yeah, and that's episode 4. Okay, we got 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, hold on. Let me grab some water here. I'll be right back. All right. So where were we? Episode 5, right? So in episode 5, I'm gonna try to be quicker on these summaries. Episode 5, Lucy, on her own, runs into, coincidentally, with Maximus, who is still trapped inside his power armor, and rescues him from a bunch of rad roaches that are about to eat him. And she opens his mask, and she's like, "Are you the guy from before?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Wow, I've never seen I've seen T60 power armor in, only on manuals, technical manuals, which I don't know why Vault-Tec were giving them those things. It's not like they're ever going to use them, right? Theoretically. But anyways, so she has those manuals, and she's like, I've seen one in the manuals, but I've never seen them in real life. And she's like, and he's like, okay, so let me out, and I'll help you and stuff. And she's like, I don't know, everyone I've been meeting outside here has been very mean, been lying to me and stuff. I'm not sure if I can trust you. And he's like, look, the person, if you're looking for the head, I'm looking for the person who stole it. We can work together, whatever. We can fire your dad, whatever you want. Just let me out of here, please. And she's like, okay. And then she lets him out. And and then she passes out, and it turns out that she's been exposed to a lot of radiation without receiving any treatment. So she collapses, and luckily Maximus has some Radaway handy, and he hooks her up with some of that. And then, right, yeah, I think we'll get to the Vault subplot later, because it's not in any way related to, not a lot related to the main storyline until the end. So yeah, we'll put that aside, okay? So, Cooper, the ghoul, turns out that he was taken by the, I don't know what the fuck they would call it. It was like a word that was misspelled. The sheriffs or whatever. They're basically like a police themed faction, very like minor faction. I think it's just those three guys that took him out, and they bring him to his boss, and it turns out that he's a guy from Cooper's past. He knows him. He knows his dad, I think. And basically the leader is explaining to Cooper that, the Super Duper Mart was under our control, our protection, and by shooting up the place, there's got to be some punishment here. Because if we don't punish you, if we let you go, then the other people that we, they operate under us and report to us and stuff, well, they're just going to think that we're weak, and maybe they'll try to take over or whatever. So we can't have that, we got to do something. And he's like, I don't know, he's like, do what you got to do or whatever. And anyway, we all know how this is going to end. It's the old, Mexican standoff. He threatens them, and I don't even know how he manages. I think he literally just gets up. The guy's like shoving his gun in his face, and he gets up and he slaps it away, and he takes them all out. Anyway, doesn't matter how. Yeah, he's like, whatever. Can't keep me here. Can't tell me what to do. Whatever. It's just completely pointless little side story. Barely anything worth mentioning. So yeah, he gets taken, and then he lets himself out. So there you go. Anyway, back to the more interesting Maximus and Lucy storyline. So now they're together. Well, first of all, okay, she wakes up and she's got some Radaway hooked up to her, and she gets up, and then she walks over without any. It's just a little thing, but they don't show her like taking the tubes out, so it kind of looks like that these Radaway tubes weren't attached to her at all, and she never got any treatment. But I know that's not the case. So yeah. Anyways, right. So yeah. So he's like, well, we gotta find a fusion core, and she's like, well, we might find it somewhere nearby or whatever. Doesn't matter. They go on adventuring together, and they run into yeah. So they're walking across, and they're trying to walk across a bridge, and across the bridge from the other side, there's two people, and they're like, what do we do? Maybe they're up to something. Maybe they're hiding guns. Maybe they want to kill us. Maybe they want to try a little something here and there. Maybe they got more friends hiding somewhere. Are we sure we can do this? So the guys across the bridge, it's a man and a woman, and they're like, are you armed? And Lucy and Maximus, they're like, no. And Maximus is like, no. And Lucy is like, why'd you lie? And it's like, maybe they're lying. And it's like, we're lying. And it's like, hey, what's going on? It's like, okay, look. Let's cross together at the same time, right? From both sides, while we are holding our hands up, right? So they're like, okay, let's do that. And they're walking across slowly, hands up. And then the guy, he sees Lucy's Pip-Boy, and he pulls his gun. And Maximus pulls his gun. And the guy shoots, and Maximus shoots, and then the lady pulls her gun, and she shoots Maximus, and Maximus shoots her. And they die, and he gets grazed. I think the first shot missed, and the second shot grazed his shoulder. Or no, I think it went inside. And they continue, and yeah. Okay, so now, I don't think I have the energy for this. All right, so. Okay, we can do this. So, walking across, and they see a little ad, like a big sign, and it says Shady Sands, the first city, or like the capital, the home of the new California Republic, established whatever, like 2171 or whatever. And there's the NCR flag, the two-headed bear. Why the NCR would bother putting ads to their... Yep. The NCR is, by Fallout 2, the NCR is in control of like maybe half, 2/3 of California. By New Vegas, they're in control of all of California, and they've stretched out to, Arizona, I think even like New Mexico, and obviously Nevada. So now, this story that takes place after New Vegas, why would there be an ad for Shady Sands, a place that everyone under the NCR should know? And those who don't know about the NCR, why would they care about Shady Sands? I don't know. It's weird, but it's an opportunity for Lucy to be like, right. So she's like, "Is this real?" And she's like, and Maximus is like, "Telling me you never heard of the new California Republic?" And she's like, "No, this is supposed to be us. Reclamation Day. We're supposed to come out of the vaults and rebuild the world. And now you're telling me that the world has just rebuilt itself without us?" Now, Reclamation Day, I think is that a Fallout 76 thing? I think that's the first time they mentioned Reclamation Day is in 76, because it's like part of Vault 76. The vaults were never meant to be a doomsday prevention, a doomsday, contingency plan. Excuse me. They were sinister experiments by the government and Vault-Tec. They're like, well, the world's going to end. Might as well do all of the crazy, inhumane stuff we can, because no one's going to be around to judge us anyway. That's what the vaults are. The vaults aren't, let's hide out the war and come out after and rebuild the world. It was never that. But I guess I can see how Lucy might have... Maybe there's some Vault-Tec propaganda that they've been reading inside the vaults that tells them that. I don't know why they would give them this false premise. Maybe it's part of the experiment, which we don't know anything about yet. As far as we know right now, Vault 33, 31, 32 seem to be just a perfect little slice of life. No experiments, no any shenanigans going around. People love their overseers. They don't even think about taking over or killing them. The overseers are never overzealous, controlling in any way. So, I don't know. So, anyways, what was I saying? She talks about Reclamation Day, and so basically the world has moved on without us. We're basically obsolete. There's no, why do we even bother hiding inside vaults anymore? When the only reason we were is because to wait until the perfect time to resurface and rebuild the world. But the world is already being rebuilt without us, so job done. So anyways, they keep moving, and I don't know what Cooper's... I think we barely see any Cooper anymore. I think there's this vault subplot. Okay, well, there's not much going around, so let me talk a little bit about the Vault 33 subplot. So, where do we start? So, in the absence of Hank, who was the overseer, I think I forgot to mention that. In the absence of Hank, Lucy's father, the overseer, the members of the council, which I don't know, so I don't know their names of. We have black lady and white person, maybe Mexican, but white person, sure. Let's go with white and I don't know, Polynesian, Polynesian, Hispanic. Sure, let's go with Hispanic. So the Hispanic, white, and the Hispanic guy, white guy, and the black lady that are the members of the council are now all electing themselves to be overseer. Right? And so, and and then what happens? I'm trying to just think of the chronological steps. Which event happened before the other one? Okay, so what do we have? So Norm and Chet, right, are they're wondering about Vault 32 and 31, and it's weird that we hear about them, but we never actually see any members of them, only on rare occasions, and basically Norm and Chet go to explore. Try to visit Vault 32 and see what's going on. Because if these people, that the raiders, came in pretending to be from Vault 32, dressed in Vault 32 jumpsuits, well, what happened to the real Vault 32 dwellers? I think that's the reason. I don't know. It's probably a better reason than the one in the show. Okay, I'm exaggerating. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound so smug. So, for some reason, let's just put it that way. For some reason or another, Norm and Chet get suspicious enough. Well, it's just Norm. Chet is just following him along. Because I think, this is what Norm says. Not me. This is what Norm says. Norm says, you're just following me along because you remind me, because you are reminded of my sister when you see me. It's like the next best thing, which is weird. But anyways, so yeah, he just follows him along like a good little boy. And so yeah, they go into Vault 32, and there's something weird going on. It's all dark, and there's no one inside, and there's all blood everywhere, and all the Vault Dwellers are skeletons, and what else? And there's writing, like, everywhere you go, there's writing on the walls. We know what you did. You can't keep us in here. We know the truth. Whatever, you know? And it's like, weird. What's going on? Right? And then, so, yeah. They see this. They go back. And it's like, weird. And then, okay. Yeah. I think this is the, right. This is the inciting incident. I remember now. So Norm is like, right. So it's like Norm is like, how did they get in? How did these raiders get inside our vault? You can't open the vault doors without a Pip-Boy. And they managed to open the door to Vault 32 with a Pip-Boy. Where did they get the Pip-Boy from? And the records show that the Pip-Boy used to enter, the Pip-Boy that the raiders used to get inside, was his mother's Pip-Boy. And, which is weird because his mother is dead. Lucy's mother and his mother, right? Hank's wife. Weird. Actually, I don't think this is the inciting incident. I think this is what they discover once they get inside Vault 32. I don't know. Either way, they discover that the Pip-Boy the raiders used to get inside the vault is his mother's Pip-Boy. What's her name again? I think it's Rose or something. And the people of Vault 32 are dead a long time. They've been dead for a long time. They're skeletons. And they know something. They know something, a secret, that's been kept from the other Vault Dwellers. So anyway, Norm and Chet go back, and of course Betty, the black lady, is elected overseer, and she gets suspicious when she sees them coming back, and she's like, "Where have you been?" And they're like, "Oh, we're just inspecting the corn or whatever." It's like, weird, okay. And then Norm asks her about, "Do you know what happened to my mother's Pip-Boy?" And she's like, "Yes, we buried it with her." And he's like, "Weird, really? How can you be so sure?" And she's like, because I was there. I was there for the burial." And he's like, "Okay." So anyway, at the end of the episode, then, or I think it's in a later episode, the new overseer, Betty, suggests that what's the word? Extradite? They're basically scattering their Vault Dwellers. So some will stay to live in Vault 33, some will move to Vault 32, and some will move to Vault 31. Spread around, repopulate, increase the numbers, increase the yield of crops, because every vault has their own supply, their own crop supply of corn. So yeah, and so Norm is getting worried, suspicious, because the people in Vault 32 are dead, and if these people go, what will happen to them? Are they're going to see the dead bodies and they're going to panic, or as soon as they get inside, whatever killed, well, okay, so the way they show it is that the people of Vault 32 went crazy and started killing each other, because when they get to the overseer office, it's like it's weird. Like, I think he's holding some sort of bomb or something, and the overseer is not fully a skeleton. He still has his face hasn't fully rotten off, and he's got like a smile like that. And so they're like, oh, weird, something crazy happened here. So either they're going to see all the dead bodies and panic, or whatever happened to the people of Vault 32 is going to happen to them. They're all going to die too. But this is a twist you'll never see coming. The people who have been selected to populate Vault 32, when they go there, it's squeaky clean. There's no blood, no corpses. All the broken furniture and glass in it and stuff, it's gone. Completely safe. Everything has been painted over and stuff. All the blood has been painted over. And there's even a little sequence where Norm is going to everything he saw from before, and it cuts back and forth to how it was and how it is now. It's a pretty neat little sequence. And now he's getting even more suspicious. Not just of what's going on in the vault, but he's getting suspicious of the overseer now, Betty. She's giving him vague answers, and now, like, someone has cleaned up this vault. It didn't clean itself up, so it's probably someone in charge, maybe a couple of lackeys too. So how deep does this rabbit hole goes, right? Also, little minor subplot. The pregnant lady is missing her husband that died from the attack in the wedding from the first episode, and so she goes to Chet, and she gives him some of her husband's clothes, and she's like, put them on, and he puts them on, and she's like, oh, you look just like him, you look just like George. Oh, George, come here. And I guess she really misses George, you know. And I guess, and now they have like a little relationship where he's gonna have to pretend to be George forever. I don't know how that's gonna work, but anyway. So now they're together. Also she got stabbed with a fork during the attack, and now she has a little blue eye patch. Again, why or how Vault-Tec has all of these? Okay, well, I guess you could say that it was custom made. If they have some material around, I guess they can fashion a little eye patch. But yeah, so now they're together, and then the pregnant lady has her baby, and all is right as rain. Norm is still suspicious and looking around, but right now he can't do anything. He can't expose the truth to people when there's no truth to be exposed. So he just stays on alert until something new happens. Another thing happens. Little minor event. I think this is before the election. Doesn't matter. The people of the vault are like, look, can't just keep these prisoners, keep feeding them every day of our own supply. We gotta do something. And they're like, well, we can't kill them because that's a bad thing. We can't kill people. And Norm is like, why not? They were willing to do this to us. They're, not only do they want them to not die, they also are suggesting to re-educate them and integrate them into their own vault. And they're like, maybe they're just misunderstood. Maybe if we sit them down, give them some books to read, teach them, a little bit of math, a little bit of algebra, a little bit of, whatever. Teach them the English language, whatever kids learn these days, and maybe they'll become civilized, just like us. And Norm is like, nah, that's not gonna happen. These guys are vermin, and they deserve to be wiped out, or something like that. And the overseer, Betty, is like, you gotta be careful because you're still the overseer's son, and so your voice, still carries some weight. And he's like, well, whatever, I know I'm right. I don't care. So one day, prisoners get their meals, and then they all die. I was like, what happened? Well, their food was poisoned. And then the overseer, and then Betty is like, see, Norm? See? Looks like someone has taken your words to heart and took justice to their own hand. So, again, this is very vague. They blame the guard that was guarding the prisoners. They blame her for poisoning the food, but it's obviously not her. So I guess you can infer that the overseer did this to, I don't know, maybe to make Norm feel bad and have him talk less, express his opinions less or something. I don't know. So, okay, that's enough of the vault subplot. We'll come back to that later. So, I think now we're ready to talk about this. So Lucy and Maximus arrive at Shady Sands. And there's a little sign that says, "Welcome to Shady Sands." I think they retconned it to be Shady Sands Library or whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter how the name came about. What matters is that this is supposed to be Shady Sands, the home of the NCR. And, well, there's no one here. There's no town, there's no homes, no shops, no people, no guards. Weird, okay? Camera then moves and lifts up, and, well, there's just a big old hole. And, they don't say it outright, but they do confirm it later. Shady Sands, capital of the NCR. The first settlement that you visit in Fallout 1. So about as iconic of a place as Vault 13, Vault 15, Junktown, Mariposa Research Facility, Necropolis. It's gone. Not only is Shady Sands nuked, the NCR, the capital of the NCR, is nuked. Why are there no NCR soldiers? Because the NCR got nuked. It's gone. No NCR. No Shady Sands. It's gone. And it's canon. So, the West Coast is populated by Brotherhood soldiers with T-60 power armor and West Coast ideologies. The Enclave's still around, but the NCR got nuked out of existence. Why? Why change so much? This is what I'm talking about. This is why I keep asking, why put the story in the West Coast? You could have just had it in the East Coast. This could have been a story in DC, and it would have made more sense. This could have been a story in Boston, the Commonwealth. It could have been in Maine, in, I don't know, some other further up north state. New Hampshire, Connecticut, New York, Chicago. why make a story about why set your story in the West Coast without having anything about the West Coast? No Boneyard, no Mariposa, no Junktown, no NCR, and the Brotherhood are not the Brotherhood. They're not the Nevada Brotherhood, and they're not the California Brotherhood. They're the East Coast Brotherhood. The Enclave shouldn't exist. Done deal. It's not even up for debate. It's not like the Brotherhood where it's like, yeah, of course they still exist, but they're not. They don't behave like no. The Enclave are done. They're gone. It's been over 100 years now. They've been blown up and gone. There's no need for them to still be around. And especially when the only use you have for them is a little name drop, a 5-minute scene, and then never to be seen again. It's just a name drop. It's just, like I said, nostalgia baiting, key jangling. Why? This could have been a fake faction. This could have been the Brotherhood. But you chose the Enclave. Why choose the Enclave? Why choose the West Coast? Why choose Shady Sands? You know these names have weight. You know these factions have weight and impact and merit to Fallout fans. But you don't want their stories. You don't want all the baggage that comes with them. You just want to tell your own story with its own ups and downs, with its own flaws, and not keep anything else. You want to tell your own story, but you know that your story is not interesting enough on its own. So you add these little, it's like adding a little sticker to your book. No matter how many stickers you put, you can't make the Necronomicon worth reading. I'm not going to read that. I don't care how many smiley faces you put on it. I'm not going to read that thing. It's deadly. I don't want it. So, I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe it's just negligence. Maybe it's just carelessness. Maybe it's just ignorance. But the more and more evidence I see, the more and more clues, the more and more I start to hypothesize that maybe this story is not made by actual Fallout fans. And if it is, maybe it's made by specific Fallout fans who have a specific bias toward specific Fallout games and not other ones. Like I said, why? Just please tell me why. And this, you might think I'm crazy right now when I talk about nostalgia baiting and key jangling. We haven't even gone to the season finale yet. This is only episode 5. We've got 3 more to go. You wait until episode 8 and then tell me that I'm not right. I'm not onto something here. But this is just a very confusing, very, I don't know, disrespectful is a little bit of a strong word. It's a very hurtful decision, in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe other people are not, so attached to these names and factions and places, but I am, and I care. When Fallout 3 and 4 changed how the Brotherhood and Enclave operate and how they interact with each other, I thought to myself, well, it doesn't make sense, and I don't like it, but you can explain it because, this is the East Coast, this is different. Like, even in Fallout 3, you ask the Elder, and he's like, yes, it's true, we're not like the West Coast boys, we're a little bit more liberal in our thoughts, And it's like, okay, well, I don't like it, but at least it's in a safe distance away from the actual Brotherhood. So, that's fine. And then New Vegas, started to integrate the canon of Fallout 3 and Fallout 2, of course. And everything was going well. Fallout 4 came out, and the only factions that they were breaking were the factions that they created. They created the Institute from Fallout 3, and they now brought the Institute in proper form in Fallout 4, and I don't think anyone will disagree when I say that they're just a badly made faction. The Brotherhood have been slightly improved, but again, they're not the Brotherhood. They're still running around in big, loud vertibirds and big, big and bold airship thing. That's not the Brotherhood. But hey, it's the East Coast Brotherhood. Okay, it's like it's like pizza and then deep dish pizza. It's just, sure, you can call it pizza, but it's not pizza. It's pizza, but it's not pizza. So the same thing with the Brotherhood. It's like, okay, sure, yeah, technically they're the Brotherhood by name, but not really. But as long as like I said, as long as there's a barrier between us, we shouldn't have any problems. But now the barrier's been broken, and now the ideologies of the East Coast have moved on to the West Coast. And like I said, if this was an adaptation that is not canon to the games, then I would have been like, well, whatever, they got it wrong. They've made up a lot of things for some reason, and they shouldn't have, but I don't care, because it's not canon to the game, so I can just sit back, turn off my brain, and enjoy the loud, the big explosions and loud voices. But, and this is why I'm saying that I hope that the report that I read is wrong, when Todd Howard said that the story of the show is canonical to the games, because then we're going to have a problem. Because not only have you retconned the Brotherhood, not only have you retconned the Enclave, now you've obliterated the NCR. You've ripped them out of the pages. You've took them off the table. If there's ever going to be, and I know this is unlikely, but if there's ever going to be a New Vegas 2, there's going to be no NCR. If Fallout 5, say, where instead of Obsidian making Fallout New Vegas 2, they were thinking of making Fallout 5 set in California, what's going to be the faction? The new California Republic? Or just something entirely new? And the NCR will be just forgotten. Just a thing, a relic from the past? Just like that? No, I'm not having it. And, I hope that Obsidian don't do a new Fallout game. And if they do, they keep it far away from the West Coast. Because now the West Coast has also been ruined. It's done. There's nothing redeemable about it anymore. The West Coast is the East Coast 2.0. It's been terraformed into the West Coast, into the East Coast Fallout world. The Brotherhood are out and about, just running around the wasteland, and not caring about discretion. The Enclave are still out and about. Small numbers, sure, but they're still here. Somehow, some way. And the NCR is non-existent, just like the East Coast. But in the East Coast, it makes sense because, I don't know. I don't know much about geography, but I think it takes a long time, especially without any cars or planes. It takes a while to get from the West Coast to the East Coast. So, it makes sense. And, a little mention of the NCR in Fallout 4. In the you got Detective Valentine's notes and Kellogg's memories. That was nice, but now it's gone. That's it. NCR, no more. So great. Shady Sands, gone, no more. So San Francisco, probably gone, destroyed. What else? New Vegas, probably gone, destroyed. Watch this. I'm going to make a prediction. If there's going to be a Season 2, they're going to mention Caesar's Legion, and then Caesar's Legion is either going to be like 3 people in a hut just goofing around, and then they get killed by, like, I don't know, they get killed by some sort of, I don't know, I'm thinking of an embarrassing way to die. I don't know, like an elephant comes in and he slips on a banana peel and he falls back first onto their hut and he smashes them all. And that's the end of Caesar's Legion. Like I said, I only have few little clues to make up a case that there's some discrimination going on here. So I can't really be 100% sure about this, but time will tell. Anyway, I think I'm done talking about this. Let's move on. So yeah, Shady Sands is nuked. What to do? Lucy and Maximus continue walking around the wasteland, looking for a fusion core for their power armor, and they find this medical facility, the Hawthorne Research Facility, and Lucy walks in confidently. Maximus is a little bit hesitant. He's seen things in the wasteland. She's still new to this, so after some time, he walks in after her. He gets inside. Lucy's nowhere to be found. Maximus walks closer, and he finds himself into a decontamination area. Before they go in, they show that there's a Vault-Tec logo painted on the little asphalt next to the stairs of the entrance to the research facility. So it's like, maybe there's something going on here. Maximus walks into the decontamination area. The doors close. Gas sprays in. It's not decontamination. It's knockout gas. He gets knocked out. And presumably, that's the same thing that happened to Lucy. I don't know if that happens in episode 5 or 6. I don't care. Let's move on. Episode 6. Lucy and Maximus wake up. They're in Vault 4. And the Overseer is taking care of their wounds. And they're telling them that as soon as Maximus recovers... they reveal that the bullet that he was shot at in the shoulder is not actually a bullet. It's a tooth that was reused as a bullet. I don't know how or why, the logistics of that. I don't know if that makes sense. Can a tooth be small enough to fit through a barrel of a gun? The gun they used didn't look like a makeshift, homemade DIY gun. Looked like a normal gun, so the barrel is probably going to be yay thin. Not like a needle, but a little bit wider than that. Anyway, they get the tooth out, and they're like, your friend is going to take some time to recover, so I suggest you guys stay in here, and, you'll be welcome guests here. Everything is fine. It's another perfectly fine vault with people. It's also, I feel like the sets were reused for this vault because it's basically the same thing. It's like, a luxury hotel. You got rooms with mailboxes outside. You got big recreation rooms, areas. I think there's also like gyms and big cafeterias and stuff. Maximus, they walk him into his room. So the beginning, Lucy is like, this is great, another great fun vault. And Maximus is like, look at these guys, they're all weird. They give off cult vibes. And she's like, cult vibes? What are you talking about? There's no cult. Get out of here. And also, most of them are like, they got some deformities. Not the lady though that welcomes them in. She just looks normal. But then there's a guy with a nose on his forehead, and of course this is the Overseer from the vault that we've seen from the trailer before. It's the guy with one eye in the middle of his forehead, and it looks as weird as it looked in the trailer. I don't know why they did that. I don't know, like, it's supposed to be funny or off-putting. Yeah, there's like person with a hand coming out of him, and I guess it's supposed to represent that, wacky fall humor, but I don't know, it didn't land with me. And yeah, this is episode 6. Yeah, this is where a lot of childish writing comes back, a lot of childish jokes. So I'm wondering if it's the same writer. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and say that it's just coincidence. And this writer of this episode is not the same as the writer of the first episode, and it just so happens that two people were writing episodes in a very unique way, and they both have a unique sense of humor that just doesn't mesh well with me. I'm wondering why. Oh, okay. Before that, I wrote, bruh. That's what I wrote. It's flipped. Can I actually flip it? It's probably not going to look good now. Hold on. What's it going to look like if I flip it the other way around? Hold on. Stay with me here. Apply rotation data. Color range, color space. Configure video. I don't know. I don't want to mess around here too much. Oh, there we go. I can bring more of myself into the frame. Oh, it's perfect. Hold on. A little bit of the curtain is popping in. Let me just take care of that real quick. Okay. There we go. Okay. It's a little bit better, I guess. So, where were we? Oh, I wrote down bruh. I'm not sure why that is. Oh, I remember now. Okay, so as they're right, yeah. Now it's all flooding back. Okay, so as Lucy and Maximus are recovering, this is just only a little bit after they've woken up, and they're being kept into this room, and Maximus is like, I don't want to be here, man. And Lucy's like, do you want to have sex? And it's like, what? And she's like, that thing. And he's like, well, I'm a knight of the Brotherhood of Steel, and I'm not sure I should be doing that. And, some people have told me that when you do that thing, your little wee-wee does the thing where it pops, and it's like when you pop a zit, some liquid pours out, and I don't want that to happen. And she's like, I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to happen. And it's like, I'm not sure about that. I don't know, man. And she's like, okay, okie dokie. I think this is what I wrote bruh for, but it could be something else, something even more egregious. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say childish writing. What was going on in your head where you thought that this dialogue, this scene you're writing, was funny? Did you think that was funny? Or did you think it'll be, cringy, awkward? Was that supposed to be romantic? I don't I need to, maybe use some sort of mind melding device to figure out exactly what the point of that was. We are already aware that they were interested in each other. multiple times. So I don't know why doing that. I thought first that she was on drugs, like they put some anesthesia or some sort of painkiller meds, but I don't know. If they did, they didn't mention it, so it was just a weird scene. I don't know. Maybe it was some people maybe found that funny, not me. It was just weird, you know. I get the intent. I get what kind of scene they were trying to write, but I don't think it landed. So yeah. Anyway, let's move on. So right. So okay. Okay. Now I remember. Now I remember what the bra is for. And when you hear this, you're probably gonna think, yeah, this is bra worthy. So. All right, here we go. So, before that, though, let me tell you this. Maximus is giving his own room to stay at and recover. He gets a nice little shower. I don't know where the water is coming from. First he's suspicious, and Lucy is A-okay with the whole situation. She's been in the vault before. She loved her vault. This is a new vault. It's about as lovely as the other one. You know. There's also like weird deformed people, but that's fine. You can just look the other way. Right, so Maximus is suspicious, and he takes a trip to the generator room, and he finds the fusion core there that powers up probably the entire vault. Vault 4. Did I mention that it's what the vault number is? Vault 4. He's looking at the fusion core and it's like, shall I? But then, the creepy lady, who's not the overseer is the one-eyed guy. Creepy lady is like, are you enjoying yourself or whatever? And that's when she's like, why don't you enjoy yourself? We'll give you a nice room, you enjoy a hot shower, everything will be fine. So that's when he goes in and, he takes a nice shower, puts on Vault-Tec towel, Vault-Tec robe, Vault-Tec slippers, enjoys a little bit of Vault-Tec popcorn, and there's a scene where he's like, he goes outside and he's like, excuse me, but I don't know what that was about. He wants some... it's probably not that important because I can't really remember it. Okay, so now we get to the bra moment. Okay, all right. So stick with me here. So Lucy, she's walking around. And then she hears, I think, a bell or something, and everyone is going outside their rooms and walking towards the entrance. And she's like, "What's going on?" And it's like, and one of them is like, "Hey, it's it's a tradition of ours. You want to join?" And she's like, "Okay," and she follows them. So they walk in, and there's this altar thing, and everyone is like, I don't know what they're chanting something or something, like, hey, yeah, and she's like, oh, this is cool, hey, yeah, right, and then what happens? I'll give you the light stuff first. So they pass around a bowl, and there's this weird gray powder thing in it, and everyone is putting a little bit on their faces. And when it comes to Lucy's turn, and the whole time I think it's the creepy lady, she's talking, and Lucy takes the bowl, she takes a little gray powder and puts it on her cheek, and then the lady is like, as we spread the ashes of our loved ones on our faces, and Lucy's like, oh, okay, I think I'm good. I don't want to do that. And then everyone is like, embrace us, flame mother, right? Okay. So it's like they worship this weird flame mother thing, and right. The overseer mentions that Vault 4 has a lot of refugees because after Shady Sands got nuked, a lot of refugees came to Vault 4 looking for shelter, and I guess it's like against policy or something to not let them in, so they let them in, gave them a nice place, nice jumpsuit, food and stuff. I don't know who was in Vault 4 before, so like I don't know how that works. If there's only like, were there only like 5 people in Vault 4 and now there's 200 or something? Like why were there only 5 people? Anyway, it doesn't matter. So anyway, a lot of the Vault 4 people are from the surface, from Shady Sands, from NCR land. But now they got no NCR, no Shady Sands, so most of them took refuge in Vault 4. So yeah. And now these Shady Sanders, as I like to call them, they're doing this weird ritual. They're putting the ashes on their faces. They're drinking blood. And then they all take off their vault suits and just take it down to their chests. And now the men, both men and women, are bare-chested, right? And, well, do I have to explain to you why that's a bra moment? Or do I need to go on? Should I go on? Lower? Yes? Why? Why is this happening? How is this Fallout? I don't understand. Can someone please explain it to me? Because I don't understand. Maybe I'm one of them old school Fallout fans that just doesn't like it when things change. Or maybe this is just a weird moment that has no place anywhere in any story. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like even if the people that were taking their clothes off were, like, good looking, I feel like even that would have been creepy, but okay. Yes, creepy is the goal, I understand. But it's not just creepy, it's just, again, it's the easy way to creep someone out, you know? Ashes of dead ones, drinking blood, disrobing, just like that, with no thought to their surroundings. They're trying to give off this cult vibe, but there's so many more subtle ways to establish a cult-like organization. And why are you making the remnants, the survivors of Shady Sands, into these cult fanaticals? Why not just make them sympathetic refugees, like how they're supposed to be? But no. All the people that lived in Shady Sands are worshipping some sort of flame mother, and they're performing pagan rituals. And this is supposed to bring Shady Sands back. They're like, we do this so Shady Sands will be reborn. We do this so Since when? I'm pretty sure NCR are not a cult, and I'm not pretty sure that they're not like Native American. They're not like tribes in the woods with loincloths and spears. Why would they do this? Where did this come from? Since when did the NCR become blood-drinking, ass-spreading cultists? Why? How? What? Okay. Why do this to the NCR? Why not do this to the Brotherhood? Why not do this to the Railroad? Why not do this to the Institute? Why not do this to a new faction that you can just make up on the spot, like the sheriffs that aren't sheriffs or NCR? Why not make them a bunch of raiders, like how they were supposed to be, how they were presented from the first episode? Oh, spoilers. Yeah, so it turns out that the Flame Mother they bring out a sign, a painting, and it's Moldova, whatever. It's the lady that took Hank. They worship her. And so I guess she promised them that if you do these rituals, Eventually, Shady Sands will come back, and everything will be perfect again. Whether she's lying to them or she actually believes this, that's up to interpretation. But yeah, and this is the funny thing. So, Lucy, she was like, okay, weird chanting in the dark after hours. That's weird, but whatever. It's part of their culture. Spreading ashes on their faces, that's weird, but whatever. Drinking blood, it's weird, whatever. Taking their clothes off, it's weird, but whatever. Oh, they worship the person who almost killed everyone in my vault and took my father hostage. Oh, now they're the bad guys. Now they're weird. Now they deserve no mercy. Sure, I guess. So yeah, now she's like, okay, something is very wrong. But unfortunately, old Maximus here does not think so. He's been brainwashed. Well, not brainwashed. He's been treated nicely for the first time in a while, probably first time ever. So. Now the roles have been reversed, and now Lucy wants out, and Maximus doesn't. Oh yeah, okay. Before we move on to episode 7, I think this happens in episode 6, but it could be in episode 7. Like I stopped caring for a long time now. So Lucy, right? So the overseer is like, you can do whatever you want, you can talk about whatever you want to whoever you want, but don't bring up level 12, okay? And she's like, why? And it's like, don't bring it up, don't say that, don't even, okay? If you don't want me to talk about it or look into it or be curious about it, then just don't bring it up to anyone. Just move on, just pretend like there's no level 12. Why bring up something and then go, don't mention it to anyone? But yeah, so obviously now she's like, okay, something weird is going on. I need to know more. So she goes to level 12, and it turns out that, it appears that these weird cultist guys are doing experiments on a bunch of people. I don't know if they're supposed to be vault dwellers or just people kidnapped from the surface. They're doing experiments on them, and she sees this, and then a scientist walks in. He hears her walking, and he sets off the alarm. Which actually, that's probably like the first time that, and maybe the scene in the first episode where the bounty hunters have like a contingency plan in case the ghoul that they're about to wake up is feral or not. That was like but this is probably the first time where a scientist working in a top secret classified area, and he hears like a little squeaking noise of her walking, and instead of slowly walking over, seeing, hello, someone there? No, he hears a noise, he sets off the alarm. If there's something worth an alarm, then perfect. If it's not, then false alarm. We're good to go. Either way, we're good to go. So that's when I was like, wow. I thought he was going to do the typical, cliche thing of heard a noise, slowly walk over, hello, who's there? Hello? Hello? Is someone there? Hello? Hello? And then the person behind them walks around them and runs away. But no, he hears a noise. He doesn't investigate. He's like, okay, I heard a noise. It could be nothing, or it could be something. It's out of my hands. I'm not in security here, so I'm gonna set off the alarm. I'm gonna let the security people do their job. Whatever, So, anyways, it's just a little thing, but it managed to catch me off guard, so I thought it was worth mentioning. So, Lucy now tries to run away. She gets caught, and they're like, take her to the holding cells. And I think that's the end of the episode. Episode 7 is Maximus. Right. So, okay. So, Lucy is being held captive in a prison, or like in a holding cell. And creepy lady and overseer are like, shouldn't have gone to level 12. And she's like, what, these people are doing experiments on or doing bad things to them. You shouldn't do that. And they're like, no, these people weren't experimented on by us. They were experimented on by the original overseers of this vault. And they show her a tape, and it's the last tape of the overseer who was, I think it's in the beginning of this episode, or in the previous episode. There's a flashback scene of Cooper Howard doing a commercial for Vault-Tec, and it's similar to like the videos that Bethesda did for Fallout 3. There was like a little ad, Vault-Tec ad. I think it was very similar to the one we see in the show. So Cooper is doing like an ad for Vault-Tec, specifically for Vault 4. And he's talking about, Vault 4 is being led by amazing Hawthorns, Dr. Hawthorne and his wife, his kids. And he's like, what do you guys do over here? It's like, oh, we do this and that. And it's like, wow, you guys do some great work, anyone would be lucky to join you in your vault and stuff like that. Thanks, Windows. You guys are the real heroes and stuff like that. So now they reveal that Vault 4 and the Hawthorns, specifically Dr. Hawthorne, turns out that he was doing experiments. The idea of the vault is, what if scientists were in charge of a vault? And the answer is, I guess they just got bored and they started experimenting on their own population. And they were trying to do human-robot hybridization, human-animal gene splicing. And eventually, people started to rebel. And also, it turns out that one of the creatures that they made was the Gulper. Now, I don't know if that's how all Gulpers are made, or if it's just the unique pink Gulper that we saw in episode 4. So basically, the Gulper was like a person, and then they spliced his DNA with, I don't know, like a toad or something, and he became this big monstrosity. And so now people are rebelling, and some of the monsters that they've created have been set loose. Hawthorns are trying to barricade themselves in, and they've recorded this last message. It's like, something like, turns out that, if you're watching this video, don't let them fool you. The idea of scientists running a vault is completely great idea, and sure, some of the trials we made failed, but it was all for the greater good, whatever. And then the door busts in and the tape ends. And basically they explained that, no, we're not doing experiments on people. These people have been experimented on, and they're basically keeping them in status and trying to fix them, trying to help them. So, turns out they were good after all. Except for all the pagan rituals and the fact that they worship a person who was also bad, somewhat. But other than that, they got nothing to worry about. But unfortunately, they're like, well, you've seen level 12, so we can't let you live to tell the tale of our secret. And so they grab her, and they take her out. And as they're grabbing her, Maximus is there watching TV, and he sees outside the window Lucy getting dragged. And he's like, well, I could stay here and enjoy the rest of my life, or try to help her out. So he decides to go down to the power room, grabs that fusion core, and oh, I forgot to mention, when they woke up in Vault 4, the creepy lady was like, oh yeah, so we found your power armor and we brought it here. What? The power armor was left where it was, like under some sort of, like under a bridge or whatever. So it was a long ways away, but whatever. Okay, so the power armor is here, just waiting to be used. So yeah, he grabs the fusion core from the power room. Power goes off. The auxiliary power turns on. He goes up, powers up his armor. But as that's happening, it is revealed that Lucy is not going to be killed. Well, technically, yes. But the Overseer makes this funny joke. You're not going to believe it. He says, "You will die. You are sentenced to die by, by banishment to the surface." And he's got the sword, and he's like, you are sentenced to death by banishment. And they try to cut off her bonds. Almost got it. Are you laughing yet? Please laugh. So, but unfortunately, Maximus didn't hear that part, so he comes in and he's like, "Let her go!" Everyone is running away and panicking, and then Lucy is like, No, it's cool. They're letting me go." And he's like, "Oh, sorry." And then they go. Does this happen? Okay, so I'm guessing this all happens in the same episode? I guess, yeah. So right, okay, yeah. Right. So, let's see. What happens before? Okay, so, okay, I'm starting to, my memories are starting to get a little foggy. Okay, so, the Squire, from the beginning, that took off with the head, before he could be, as there was a struggle between him and Maximus managed to stomp on his foot a little bit, and he squished some toes because he stomped him with the power armor, you see. So yeah, so now we have yeah, I guess this is by the end of the episode. So we cut back to the Squire, and yeah, and the Squire is checking on his wound, on his foot wound, and it's still there. It's pretty gnarly looking, and he's joined by the doctor's dog. I think the doctor calls him 4 or something. In the subtitle, as I was watching, there were subtitles, and his name is like, he's got like a code. I think it's like CX 4074 or whatever. But yeah, so the dog, I think it's the same dog, and the dog joins him, and but then he's like, "Yeah, I can't have you walk around with me and stuff." When he takes his boot off, he tries to like nibble at his busted up foot. So yeah, he takes the dog and he puts him in like a little Nuka-Cola container thing, and he's like, you could just stay here, whatever. And then he keeps on moving. And then Cooper finds the dog inside, and he's like, "Come with me, dog." Um, oh yeah. Also in episode 7, before we continue, before we get to the finale, episode 7, they start to set up a little bit more about Moldover, and they hint at the beginning. They hint that Cooper not only recognizes Moldover, but he also recognizes McLean, Lucy's last name. When she mentions it, he's like, really interesting. So there's a little bit like, what's going on? So there's a couple of flashback scenes, and okay, so I'm gonna just lay them out one by one. So Cooper is sitting in a bar, and he's like, it's weird how all these friends that I knew, like this one guy I even served with in Anchorage or whatever, they're all turned out to be commies. Weird. And then a guy is with him. Is like, it's not really weird actually, because they got some great ideas and stuff like that. I think you should join us. Here's a little. This is where we are. This is where we do our meetings. Just join us and hear us out. Maybe you'll agree with us. And he's like, I don't know, okay. And so yeah, he goes in, and the person running the little seminar thing is Moldover. So it's like, weird. She's a little bit younger looking, but it's the same person. So, there's a lot of weird, wacky sci-fi things in Fallout, but, age reversal or age regret. Well, actually, no. The Cabot family have mastered the ability to slow down aging, but that's just the Cabot family, and I doubt anyone else knows about them. But yeah, age regression exists. Sure. So it's possible that she also found the same serum that they found, or there's another explanation. I doubt the writers of the show even know about the Cabot family. To be fair, I didn't even know about the Cabot family until I just remembered them. But yeah. So he joins, and she's talking about things, and he's like, this is crazy. I don't want to hear this. And she's like, Cooper, Mr. Howard, right? I know you. Your wife works at Vault-Tec, right? And I think that maybe if you knew like what your wife actually does, what she does behind closed doors, you might agree with me. And he's like, whatever, And she's like, okay, if you don't want to believe me, then believe this. I'll give you a listening device, like a wiretap, and you pair that with her Pip-Boy that she's using, and you'll be able to listen to everything she says, because she's always walking around with it. You put the listening device on the Pip-Boy, and wherever she goes, wherever the Pip-Boy goes, but it's also always going to be on her, as long as she's working. Wherever she goes, whomever she talks to, whatever they talk about, you'll be able to hear, and maybe this will be an enlightening experience for you. So he's like, I'll think about it. Okay, so I think that's about it for episode 7. Yeah, so Lucy and No, okay. Right, okay. Because in episode 8, yeah, okay. So, another thing that happens is the Squire, his foot is still in a bad shape, right? And then he's walking around. And the old chicken fucker doctor from episode 2, he also, in episode 2, as whatchamacallit, as Lucy is taking the doctor out of Philly, he's there, he's got a stall, and he's like, serums that will cure everything, serums that will cure all. And then he sees the doctor, he's got his stump with, the prosthetic foot, and he's like, serums that cure all foot wounds, serums that bring back your foot and stuff. But they just pass them by. They don't care. So yeah, now this doctor makes a comeback. A couple episodes later, he's about to shoot himself when he like hears or sees this squire walking about, limping on his foot, and he's like, "Come with me, sir. I've got a serum that will cure all your AIDS," or whatever. And he's like, "All right, if you can fix my foot, I'll give you anything you want." Oh yeah, he tries to give him. Yeah, he's gonna give him the fusion core that he took from Maximus's armor. So he's like, "Okay, drink this, and everything will be okay." And he drinks. I thought he was lying to him, because obviously, but no. The thing he does, the magic juice, actually like heals his foot entirely. The like the flesh, the bones all grow back. Everything's fine. Right. So, yeah. So, so I guess the squire has like agreed upon a meeting point with the Brotherhood to pick him up, so he can report to them everything that happened. And he's waiting by this guy's shop. It's Fred Armisen, who's mostly known for his SNL work, but he's also known for a couple of things. He's a comedian, funny fella. Whatever. Okay, so Fred Armisen's got his shop there, and it's all booby-trapped and stuff. He's got all these creative traps, and he's like, good work on the traps and stuff. And he talks about music and stuff, and he's like, yeah, cool. He doesn't know anything. I think he's like a little bit intimidated because this guy's like, the shopkeeper is like crazy. If he's crazy enough to build all these traps, he might at any point snap and do something weird and horrible to him. So he's just going along with whatever he's saying. He's just waiting for his ride. But then, instead of his ride arriving, Maximus and Lucy arrive. Oh yeah, another thing. Right, okay, so another thing. Before they leave Vault 4, Lucy is like, can't just leave them without power. You gotta give the fusion core back. And he's like, well, I want my power armor. And she's like, it's not fair. These guys, they're gonna struggle. It's not fair to do this to them. Even though they're clearly insane, but I guess that's not an excuse for murder. So anyways, yeah, he basically gives back their fusion core, and yeah, he loses the power armor. And oh yeah, he also, at the beginning, he tells her that he's a knight. He's Knight Titus, but then later he tells her that no, his name is not Titus. I'm Maximus. Stuff like that, but it doesn't really matter that much. Anyway, so yeah, instead of the ride arriving, it's Maximus and Lucy. Lucy is still following the tracker she placed inside the doctor's head, in case you've forgotten about that. So yeah, she arrives, and they have a little bit of a standoff. And then the squire accidentally activates one of Fred Armisen's traps. And a crossbow shoots an arrow, a bolt, right through his neck. Like that. And he's like, why am I still alive? And I'm like, why are you still alive? That's weird. And it turns out that the magic juice he drank is a ghoulifying juice, somehow. And I guess ghouls don't get paper cuts. They heal wounds? I'm not sure about this, but okay, whatever you say. I don't think it has been explicitly said, but sure. If this is the route you want to take, then by all means. So yeah, and so Maximus is like, I know what's going on. You're a ghoul. You're becoming a ghoul, Squire. And he's like, oh man, I know that guy was lying to me. I mean, technically he wasn't. his cures have been, his wounds have been cured. His cures have been wounded. So I don't know, but yeah, he will eventually become a ghoul. So can't win them all. Anyways, so as they were arguing on who takes the head, wait, what happens to the squire then? I think he dies. Someone shoots him, I think. Was it Cooper, I think? I've forgotten now. Let me think. Hold on. Actually, I can just pull up the episode. It's still here. Hold on. I tried to do this entire thing with just from memory, but I don't think I've been doing a great job so far. Hold on. Let me just quickly check what happened to the squire. I know that something because at one point he's there, but then he's not. So okay, so this is what happens. Okay, so the squire gets the... Okay, yeah. So he pulls out... Right. This is how they find out. He pulls out the bolt, and then the hole that was made... The two holes that were made from the bolt cure themselves and heal. Like, get stitched back up again. Right, okay. Then the vertebrate arrives and now the squire, Thaddeus, is panicking because if they find out that he's a ghoul, they'll kill him, because he's now a freak. He's going to turn into a freak. Right. And then he apologizes. Oh. And that's it? He walks away? I'm pretty sure something happens to him. No? Okay. Really? Oh, wow. I thought he died. Must have missed that part. Let me just check if nothing happened to him. No, okay, yeah, that's it. Weird. Wow, okay. So, the fate of old Squire Thaddeus is yet to be determined. So yeah. He's going to be a ghoul. He's not going to be welcomed back at the Brotherhood, so he walks off into the sunset. And he gives the head to Maximus. And he's like, take it. But then he knows that, Lucy also needs the head to get to Moldover. So he cuts off the head of one of the corpses lying on the ground, and he decides to give them this fake head and basically stall them in order to give Lucy time to get to Moldover and surrender the real head to Moldover. So yeah, the vertebrate lands, and before they go, they exchange a little kiss between each other, and and Fred Armisen watches, and she makes her way to Moldover, and he waits for the vertebrates to arrive. They've also now have reached a point in their relationship where Lucy has asked him to move in with her to Vault 33, and he says yes. As soon as he's done with this whole Brotherhood business, he'll be joining her in Vault 33 in no time, and that's a guarantee. Okay, so yeah, so that's how the episode... Well, not exactly how the episode ends. Norm finds out a little bit more about Vault 33 and 31, 32, but I think it's things that I've already mentioned before. So let me just try to recap again. So he finds out that... what does he find out? He finds out that there's a little secret as far as Vault 31 and 33 go. Let me just check if it's not something we've already known. Yeah. Okay, this is the part I was talking about. Right. This is the part where the people selected to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is the part that I talked about before, where the people that were selected, that were chosen to live in Vault 32, prepared to move to Vault 32. There's a scene where the little Hispanic fella panics, tries to go, no, I don't want to do it. And then the guards are like, and then he goes, okay, I'll do it, sorry. So that was funny, I guess. So yeah, Norm sneaks into the overseer's office, and he sends a message to Vault 31. And it turns out that there's someone there. And they know Betty. And he's like, he makes something up. He's like, I've been compromised. I need to see you. And the person on the other side in Vault 31 is like, meet me there or whatever. And he goes to Vault 31, and the door opens, and he walks in, and it's all dark, and then there's something moving on the ground, and then that's it. That's the end of the episode. We move on to episode 8, the finale. Here we go. So, we start off with, I believe we start off with another flashback where Cooper is dropping off his wife at work. He's got that bug planted, and but unfortunately, the bug only works for a certain amount of distance. So he decides, instead of just leaving the matter as it is, he decides to follow her, but from a safe distance, and so he can spy on her. So after she goes in to work, he follows inside, and I guess he's allowed in. I guess he still has his celebrity status, so he's allowed in, and everything is fine. Right. Then we cut to the present, I guess, and Maximus is being punished, reprimanded, not only for the things he did, but also for failing to bring the actual head of the doctor. Basically, not only did he lie and deceive, he also failed his mission. So here they are about to chop off his head, and he tries to tell them that he knows where the real head is. And but the elder is like, well, I don't believe you. You're a liar. You've lied before, and I'm not sure I can trust anyone who would harm their friends just to get promoted or whatever, get that squire position. And his friend is there, and they're like, no, it wasn't him. I did it. I cut my foot off because I was scared of being a squire and intimidated by the position and stuff. I did it myself, so I don't have to become a squire. Even though they was it they were wearing like I think it's the scribe uniform. I think it became a scribe, not a squire. I think the black and like red uniform is a scribe uniform. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so the elder is like, okay, I like you, boy. Even though you lied and cheated, I think that you and me, we can make this wasteland a better place. How about we start our own brotherhood with its own rules and laws? And Maximus is like, sure, whatever. I just don't want to die, so you can do whatever, I guess. And he's like, okay, yes. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's up with this elder. He is like all suspicious and radical, and then he's like, you know what? You're a good kid. I got a good feeling about you. Maybe he's bipolar or something, but yeah. So Maximus gets spared, and the elder is like, okay, you know where the real head is? Take us there, and all will be well. So he grabs the, I don't know if it's all of the Brotherhood, but he grabs a major squadron of the Brotherhood, and they head to the Royal Observatory, where, no, not Royal, that's Dishonored, the Griffith Observatory. That's where Lucy is headed, and that's now where the Brotherhood is headed. And, yeah. And if you haven't already figured it out, Moldover and her group are NCR remnants. That's why in the trailer, when there was that shot of people holding the flag of the NCR and holding the flag of the Brotherhood, I thought, weird. But no. They weren't holding the flag of the NCR because it was the NCR. It was, well, they're still holding on to now a dead nation, a dead ideal, which is even more depressing. But yeah. So, what else? Oh, here we go. Another key jangling scene. I mean, okay, I'm being a little bit harsh on this. As a concept, again, it's not really that, like, egregious. It's not too, like, on-the-nose pandery. Vault-Tec is a major corporation in America. We know that. So, Cooper is listening to a meeting that Vault-Tec is, like, taking place in, alongside other major scientific research corporations. Robco, led by Mr. House, and Westech, the Big MT, Big Mountain. I don't know if it was called Big Mountain then or Big MT then, but I think it later became Big MT. But I mean, MT is short for mountain, so okay, whatever. Big Mountain, yes, from New Vegas, Old World Blues. So yeah, Westech. There's a couple others too. That I forgot about now. I don't think what were General Atomics there. General Atomics. I think they're like military contractors, so maybe they weren't there. I don't know. But yeah, anyways, so all the big heads, the head honchos, and Cooper's wife are there discussing the future. And then Cooper's wife is like, we have 100 vaults across America. And I'm like, that can't be right. What do you mean? Okay, to be fair, she says over 100. So, but normally over 100 would mean at most 100 and, 140? 100 and... I think anything over 150 would be over 150, right? Because how far does it... technically 200 is over 100, but no one says that. I'm pretty sure it's more than that. I'm pretty sure it's close to 100,000, or at least that was the idea. I'm pretty sure they ran out of time and budget, but pretty sure the idea was to build 100,000 vault, not 100 vaults, but could be wrong on that. Doesn't matter. It's just that weird. It's weird because even in Bethesda's Fallout games, there's Vault 101, Vault 111, Vault 114. So just give a specific number, or don't say over 100. So what? A million? That's technically over 100. A trillion? Anyway, it's just a small detail, right? It's just a small detail. Now, this is also small little detail. So, she's like, okay, we got these vaults. We're in the vault business. We got to make money. How do we make money? We get people scared of a war so they can hide underground bunkers. Well, getting them scared of a war is not enough motivation to let go of all your old world freedoms and stuff to hide inside a little cramped space, right? So, how do we get the people to get into our vaults? Well, we could just, I don't know, nuke the entire world, and then people will have to get inside our vaults, right? So, we start the war, and the people will have to hide from the war. And then, we wait out until the dust settles, and then we go back, reclaim the world, and now, 100 years, 500 years later, America wins, right? Because there's not going to be any more competition. So, yeah, so the world ended because Vault-Tec wanted to look for a way to end the war in a decisive, undisputed manner. They were like, okay, we can keep fighting for years, losing resources and lives along the way, or we can just scorch the earth, and then as long as China doesn't have vaults of their own, we'll be winners by default. I don't even know where to begin. Do Vault-Tec have their own nukes? Do they work with the government? Did the government authorize this Operation Suicide by Nuke? I doubt it. I don't know. Like, the question of who shot first, for a long time I thought it was like a mystery question. As far as I know, Fallout 1 and 2 don't rarely talk about it, but maybe I missed some notes here or there, because, over on Tim Kane's channel, creator of the original Fallout games, well, just the first one, I guess the second one, a little bit, he seems convinced that China started the war, which I guess makes sense, but as far as I know, was not confirmed in any shape or way by Fallout 1, 2, maybe Tactics or Brothers of Steel. I haven't played those. Fallout 3 and 4, like, skirt around the idea. Like, maybe they did it. I don't know. They had the means to. They got close. They were like docked on American shores. But did they do it? Maybe. And if they did they do it first? Like the Yangtze from Fallout 4, sure, the nukes were fired, but were they fired first, or after America fired, or after whoever fired? So yeah, for a very long time I thought it was like a question that will never be answered, but apparently it has been, according to Tim Kaine at least, and it was China. And then you have the Fallout movie, that the one that was meant to be made a long time ago, like in 99 or whatever. And in that, I believe the idea, it was going to be revealed that Vault-Tec started the war. They nuked first. So it's weird to see 20 years later, almost 25 years later, someone using the same concept again. Was this entire show just a way to have that Fallout movie script be made? Did they take the canceled script for the script for the canceled Fallout movie and turn it into a show? I don't know. Maybe Jonathan Nolan read it once and was like, that could work. Let's do that. Maybe. It's just weird that both of these ideas have Vault-Tec being the bad guys, the main aggressors, the main bad guys. But yeah, okay, well, it's canonical now, I guess, right? Vault-Tec started the war. I guess they nuked China, or they nuked themselves. But yeah, somehow, some way, the show doesn't tell us. They just say, and this is all this is all Cooper's wife telling this, that should start the war, and that'll get butts in the seats, whatever, in the vaults. And as Cooper is hearing this, so he walks in and he sits in his wife's office, right? And I guess receptionist or secretary is like, there's this guy here. I don't think she says his name. I think she says his name. She says Hank or something. And she's like, there's this guy who's a big fan of you. He would like to meet you. And he's like, okay, sure. So yeah. Now after this revelation, he's hearing all this. Suddenly, door opens, and it's Hank. And before that, okay. Well, all right. Let me finish this little flashback sequence, and then we'll sequence back. So Hank, it's Hank. It's the Hank. It's Hank McLean. It's Lucy's father, and he's there, and he's got a weird CG de-aged face, and he's like, "Oh, I'm a big fan." It's like not synced to his audio. He's like, "Hello, I'm a big fan of your work. Would you sign me an autograph?" So yeah, it's like, okay, this is getting weird. Hank works at Vault-Tec and somehow manages to live for over 200 years. Weird. But obviously, in the sequence of the episode, we know why this is happening, but I'll keep you guys in suspense, okay? So, yeah. And then Cooper's wife is like, blah, 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 because war never changes. She said the thing. Because that's what Fallout is. It's a catchphrase and nukes and greedy corporations. That's Fallout. So yeah, she says the thing, and everyone clapped. Okay, so in the present timeline, Lucy arrives at the Griffith Observatory. She gets let in, and she gives the head to Moldover, and this is where everything is revealed. Why did Moldover take Hank? Well, Hank is from Vault 31. What is Vault 31? This is what Norm discovers when he walks inside Vault 31. He finds what looks to be like a robo-brain, but without the big metal body. It's just a brain on like a Roomba. But it's like in a jar, like in a snow globe container, like the robo-brains, but it's on like a little thing, and it's got a needle, and it's like, come here, you're not supposed to be here, I'll stab you. And Norm just walks by him, and he opens the door, and it turns out that this robo-brain thing is guarding a large cryo chamber facility. And it turns out that all the Vault-Tec, I'm guessing, well, it's not really explained, but so I'm just going to go with what I'm seeing. And it appears from what I'm seeing is that the California Vault-Tec branch have concocted a plan to outlive the war by freezing themselves in cryo chambers and being thawed out later and repopulating like their unique gene pool with specially created, specially chosen subjects, mates, So yeah, basically Hank works for Vault-Tec, just like all the other Vault-Tec people. So he was frozen in Vault 31, and he was awoken at some time later. The people in Vault 32 and 33 don't know any of this. They don't know what Vault 31 is all about. They think it's like their own vaults. It has, accommodations and houses and farms, big corn farms. But no, it's just a big cryo chamber facility where all the Vault-Tec employees and executives work. Are now, well, they don't work now. They're just frozen. And they get thawed out one by one or all at once. I don't know. It doesn't really show if all the pods are empty or some are occupied. If they did that, I must have missed it. But yeah, so this is the grand experiment of Vault 31, 32, 33. Vault 31 is where the Vault-Tec people are frozen. They get thawed out, and they spread their genes with the other Vault dwellers from Vault 32 or 33, or just 33, I don't know, and then something, I don't know. There's nothing. There's no experiment. There's no like social experiment. There's no psychological experiment. There's no physical experiments. Nothing. That's it. It's like a breeding pen. There is the healthy subjects. They're all kept in pristine condition, frozen in time, and meanwhile, all the mates, all the birth givers, are hanging around in the pens, eating, socializing, farming, doing all the hard work, and then the Vault 31 people get thawed out, and I don't know. They pick someone to be with, to give birth to their children, and continue that Vault-Tec gene, I guess, or something. Again, if there wasn't a proper explanation for that, I must have missed it. Right now, I was just being like so many thoughts I had going in my head that I started just zoning out, just hearing white noise. After that big bomb drop, the atomic bomb being dropped on my brain, that Vault-Tec started the war, I was still recovering from that, so maybe there was an explanation. I don't care. This is just getting... Again, I don't know if it's negligence or I don't know if it's ignorance. I don't know if it's just bad writing. It's just inefficient skills in writing. I don't know. Why do you do the things you do? I don't know. I need some explanation. I need something to help just calm me down and help. Please help. Okay, so, right. Where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, so, yeah. Hank is from the old world, basically, and he got thawed out. He got married to, whatever, Rose, and, but Hank and Rose and young Norm and Lucy weren't vault dwellers. They were living in, well, okay, they were vault dwellers, but then I don't know. Oh, I think, right, so I think his wife found out that he was, I guess he was one of the people that helped start the war or something, and she was mad at him, and she took the kids and went to the surface. I don't know. Like, okay, I get that if you're affected, if you were personally affected by the Great War, I get that you'd be mad at someone who helped it happen, make it happen, even though Hank at the time was like only like, I don't know, what was he? Like an intern or something? So I get being mad if you were personally affected, but you weren't. The world has moved on. The world has been nuked. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle. So, and it's not like he was directly responsible. So I don't know. So yeah. Anyways, so yeah, so right. And there's a scene before where Lucy talks about how, like, a memory of her mother, and she remembers that it's weird because I know that we've been living in vaults the whole time, but I remember the sun shining on my face, and it's weird. But I was pretty young then. I don't remember much. So it turns out that no, this was the sun she was seeing, and she was living with her mother and Norm, I guess, in Shady Sands. And Moldover was there. She was also frozen, I guess, and thawed out. I don't know how or why. They don't explain that. Either she made her own DIY cryopod, or she snuck into one of theirs, or I don't know. She was working with Vault-Tec all along. I think it's something they're leaving for season 2. No, I don't think so, because she dies in the end. Spoilers. I don't know. They don't explain how she survived this whole time, and obviously she's supposed to be the same person from before the war, so I don't know. How did she manage to get frozen and unthawed? I don't know. No, I don't think it's not explained. No. Okay, so right. So here they are. Moldover, what's her face? Lucy, Norm, I guess, living in Shady Sands, along with everyone else, of course, having a whale of a time. And well, I think what happens is Hank is like, oh, so I guess the implication that Rose was solely responsible for making Shady Sands thrive or something, and Hank is like, because Moldover is like, she's telling the story to Lucy, and she's like, Hank did what Vault-Tec always does to competition. They wipe him out. So he somehow nuked Shady Sands. Okay, where did he get the nuke from? Why are there still nukes in the world? Maybe he didn't nuke them. Maybe he just blew them up with a very big bomb. A very non-nuclear bomb. Maybe he took a big jar of acid and he poured it from the skies, and it melted all of the ground into a hole. So, well, yeah. So they show us a little flashback scene of young Lucy and her mother. And they show like one frame of Shady Sands. And looked pretty good. They managed to put in the background, they put in that little stone column that has that runes carved on it. Something you see in Shady Sands when you go to Shady Sands in Fallout 2, I think, yeah. So that brought back some memories, but I'm afraid that the damage is still here. That bullet hole is not going away. It's only getting more and more painful. So, God, what else do we have? Let's see. CG Hanks, war never changes. Okay, so this is another confusing flashback. So, alright. As this is happening, as Moldover is explaining Hank's story, she reveals that the thing inside the doctor's head is cold fusion. It's a source of unlimited energy. And if we hook this in, this will be like a first step into rebuilding the NCR, I guess, or whatever. rebuilding the world. She doesn't say what she's going to use it for. She just says that this is cold fusion. This is unlimited power. Then she plugs into the reactor thing, and she explains that Hank is from Vault-Tec, so he knows the password to activating these things. So that's what she needs him for. So she's like, "Tell me the password." And Lucy's now pretty mad at him, and she's like, "Tell him the password. Tell her the password." And he's like, 1457, whatever. And then it worked. But as this is happening, the Brotherhood arrive, and they start attacking the, I guess, NCR-ish people, the NCR cosplayers, and it's a big fight, shoot them up, stuff, and then shoot, bang, bang, and then Cooper arrives, and he's like, "I was in the war that gave us those crappy T-45s. They got those weaknesses in them. I wonder if the new upgrade T-60 got the same flaws." And then he shoots somewhere like underneath the chest plate, and the bullet goes in, and the guy inside immediately dies, because that's what happens. And then they do a little sequence of, he turns off the lights, he's like running around, and they're like, and it's like pew 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 pew, and then they all die, and it's pretty good, and stuff. And right, what else? Oh yeah, so the Brotherhood arrive with Maximus, obviously, and androgynous friend, and they're running around and stuff. And Maximus, obviously, every time there's a shootout, he manages to escape unscathed. Moldover then goes out to join her men in fighting the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood takes some losses, the NCR takes some losses, and then Maximus finds Lucy, and before he does, her father, Hank, is like, "That's not true. I'm not a bad guy. Let me out. It'll be okay. We'll be a family together. Let me out." And she's not saying yes or no. She's just looking. She's pondering. She's questioning what to do. And then Maximus comes in, and is like, "Hey, kid, I'm her father. Let me out." And then he shoots the lock and lets him out. And then Lucy, and then Hank, Maximus is like, "Come on, let's go." And then Lucy's like, "No, I can't let him come with us, 'cause he did this. He did all of this." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And she says, "Shady Sands." And then the flashback shows, and turns out that when Maximus was a boy and he was hiding inside a fridge, and the Brotherhood were outside, and he saw them outside and was inspired, he was also living in Shady Sands. Whether he was living inside the fridge, or was he hiding from the nuke inside the fridge? Did they do an Indiana Jones Kingdom of the Crystal Skull on us? I don't know. Like I said, there's barely an explanation, so I'm just telling you what I saw. They flash back to young Maximus opening the fridge door that he was inside, and he sees the big crater of Shady Sands, and then he looks around and he sees Brotherhood soldiers shooting things. We don't see what they're shooting at. And he's like, "Wow, that's so cool." So yeah. And then what happens? Right, so so as they're pondering this, Cooper walks in, the ghoul, and he's like, "I've been waiting for a long time to get you. When I heard the name McLaren, I thought of you, but I thought it was just coincidence." And he was like, and then he does the line from the movie. Oh yeah, when young Hank took his autograph, he was like, I loved you in that movie where he said the thing, "You fuento el fuento." It's pretty cool. Okay, so now he does it back 220 years later. He's like, "Here, you fuente el cuente, you son of a bitch." But then, oh, no, he doesn't shoot him. He wants to know where his family is. This is the sowing the seeds. He's like, "Where's my family?" Probably frozen in Vault 31 or somewhere else. Something happened. We don't, like I said, the storylines aren't connected. The story is being written like there is going to be a second season. So they're leaving a lot of things unsaid. So we don't know what happened after that meeting. Did Cooper confront his wife, and she then had second thoughts, and then she was kicked out by Vault-Tec? Did something else happen? Did she die? Did she die before even getting to the cryo chamber? Did she object? I don't know. Cooper just wants to know where his family is. But before Cooper walks in, or maybe after or before, I don't care. Hank, he realizes that he's not going to be winning his daughter back anytime soon. So he gets into a power armor suit. I don't know whose power armor suit that was. Was it Maximus's? He didn't come in with a power armor. When I saw the scene, I thought it belonged to Maximus, but I'm pretty sure he came in without any armor. Let me just check. At least let me just check up on this, because it's pretty important. Pretty important little detail. Let's see. How does he escape? Oh, I spoiled it. Right, so after the flashback, yeah, I don't, Okay, so there's just happens to be power armor just hanging around in the background. So yeah, as Lucy is revealing to Maximus that Hank was responsible for Shady Sands, he just casually walks over to the power armor, straps himself in, and he's like, "Lucy, coming with me now, young lady." And Maximus is like, "No, get away." And Hank is like, "Shut up. Slap the sense into you, boy." And then he gets knocked out. Yeah, and then Cooper comes in, and he's like, "What did you do to my family?" And then he doesn't shoot him. And then Hank flies away into the sunset. Lucy's trying to wake Maximus up, and the Brotherhood are on their way. So she's like, "Well, if I think Cooper tells her that if you stay, the Brotherhood are gonna come in. They're not gonna ask any questions. They're just gonna shoot you. So better leave now." He goes on his own way. She has to leave Maximus behind. So by the time Maximus wakes up after some time, the sun is now fully gone down. He gets up. He sees no one around, no Lucy to be found. Then Moldover comes in, and tiny little detail. So yeah, this is proof that Hank nuked Shady Sands somehow, because the proof Moldover has is there's a ghoul that is sitting on her table, and the ghoul is strapped to the table, and Moldover is like, "You want proof? Look over there." And she looks, and the ghoul is wearing the pendant that her mother was wearing. So this is her ghoulified mother, and she got nuked. She didn't die. She got ghoulified. So yeah. So anyway, Moldover comes in, and she's injured, she's wounded. She sits down, and she watches the power come back on. The light has been brought back to California, thanks to the cold fusion thingy. And she says something like, we finally did it, Rose, or whatever. And then she dies. But I've already said that. So yeah, this is how she dies. And then the Brotherhood come in. And then it let me check. And then cuts to Lucy. She's on her path. And what happens? Oh, he does shoot him a bit. Okay. So, right. Lucy first was trying to shoot him. She couldn't do it. Cooper shoots him in the cheek, grazes his cheek. And then Hank flies away. All right. Yeah. And then Lucy shoots her ghoulified mother. Right. And then she goes away. Cold fusion activates. Maximus wakes up. Moldover comes in. She watches the lights in the sky. She's holding Rose's hand. We did it. And she says some vague line probably referencing what's going to happen in the next season. Just like, we couldn't stop them, maybe you can. The soldiers come in, and Maximus's little friend gives him the credit for the victory, and now he's officially has become a knight in the Brotherhood. Cooper is still with the dog from before. They're making their way towards Hollywood, and Lucy is joining them. They're tracking down Hank. They want some answers. They want to take revenge. Now they're just showing teasers. Hey, stick with us, guys. Don't go. Look at all the cool things you'll get in the next season. We got Hank walking across the desert. We see a Deathclaw skull. And then Hank arrives at his destination. This is where he was running off to. He's looking over the horizon, and then the camera pans up, and we see what he was looking at. It's the New Vegas Strip. That's right. Season 2 is taking place in New Vegas. And I have no doubt that it's gonna ruin everything, and nothing will be great. I have no confidence in, like I said, the writing is the weakest aspect of the game, the show, and not only that, there's multiple instances of lore being ignored, written over, disrespected. So, if there's going to be a season 2, and it's going to take place entirely in New Vegas, I'm expecting everything to be just completely upside down. Mr. House is going to be like an actual robot, not frozen, like a man frozen, and I don't know. NCR, there's not going to be NCR. Caesar's Legion, Caesar's Legion, they're going to be unapologetically the bad guys. They're going to be irredeemable. Kaiser is going to be like this short, fat guy that they're going to be making fun of. You're only doing this just, because no one wants you. No one likes you. I have no confidence. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but if we're going to get the same people as the ones who did this first season, and if they don't take any criticism to heart, then we are due in for another just bleh. Like I said, there's a lot of good things I can say about the show. I've said them from at the beginning. Everything looks great. Presentation-wise, everything looks great. Like I said, the shots, the sets, costumes, even the score, the soundtrack, the acting. Just, if only the story wasn't that, though. If only the script that people were working on was just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Because right now, like, if I had to score the, like, okay. I said that I was going to give the episodes scores, individual scores, but honestly, most of them are just average. Most of them are 5, and then there's the episode where Shady Sands got nuked. I gave that a 4, and then this finale where everything just got dumped out like that, and then the like unapologetic sequel baiting, cliffhanger ending. There's nothing has been accomplished. The thing has been delivered to the place, and everything is okay now? No. So, nothing has been accomplished, nothing has been resolved. Just new obstacles, new mystery boxes, and, like I said, nostalgia baiting and key jangling. So, yeah. Overall, I think the show is just 5, an average. It's only being propped up by all the other aspects of, you know, television making, show running, filmmaking. I guess you could call it that. It's professionally made. Like, if it had the costume design of, like, I don't know, like the Rings of Power, if it had the set design of whatever, like a cheap show, if it had bad acting, if it had even more disrespect towards the lore, if it had more preachy, like, messaging and virtue signaling, then the score would definitely be below average. But I feel like the writing is only bad enough for an average, for an average rating. So, yeah, they're on thin ice, though. If they continue the same quality of writing for the next season, then yeah, we're definitely looking at 4s and 3s, because this is, you know, we're giving them a chance here. We're giving them a shot. This is the first time they did do this, so I'm willing to be more generous. But if they don't learn from their mistakes, and if they, not only that, if they double down on it, then things are not looking good. Definitely. So, that's it. Well, that's a depressing way to end this, but there you go. Anything, let me try to think of something positive. Okay, here we go. Something positive. So, I think that out of all video game adaptations, video game based stories, this is definitely like the least offensive, the least egregious of them. You know, it's up there with, like, I don't know, like Sonic, the Sonic movies. They're not great. You know, there's a lot of bad things about the Sonic movies, but there's a lot of things bad about the Fallout show. But compared to, like, the Resident Evil movies, the Assassin's Creed movie, or any of the Uwe Boll movies, those are, like, right there. You know, Silent Hill movies. So it's not that bad, but there's not much good about it either, writing-wise at least. So that's why it stays on average. Well, we've looped back around and returned to negativity again. So yeah, sorry. I don't think I can. I don't think I can talk about the show without talking about how bad it is, for the most part. So, yeah. Well, there you go. There you have it. This is something that I only did because I promised I was going to do, not because I wanted to do. And hopefully, as long as there's no season 2, then I probably won't have to do this again. But Well, as far as all of you are concerned, thank you all for watching. If you have been watching so far, and see you in the next one. Maybe, hopefully, maybe, yes, no, I don't know. Well, I can tell you this. No matter what happens next, no matter what they decide to do next, no matter how much they decide to change, no matter where they decide to take the story, the show, these characters, one thing will never change. Raid Shadow Legends. Join up now. Sign up with me, join my guild, and... oh, also, war never changes. I was actually supposed to go that way. Sorry.